varieties of rice. Okay, so you can get like jasmine rice, long grain, brown, white. Buy a couple different varieties of rice in the big bags, the big bulk bags, and make rice with an egg and then put a little bit of Tabasco sauce on it, or soy sauce, or a teriyaki sauce. You want to get fancy, you can sprinkle some lavender in there while the rice is cooking. Oh, you crack the egg once the rice is half done. So if you're using a rice cooker, around half the time, you put the egg into the rice while it's cooking. So the egg just cooks on the rice. Better for you, has less salt, tastes better, and actually is cheaper. Makes your tongue hurt or do a happy dance? Pretty much, yes. Yeah, I mean, if you happen to have veggies too, like if you have an extra couple dollars, buy yourself some frozen bulk veggies and throw a couple peas in there or some carrot bits or like anything. Is Twitch's clipping system broken? R.I.P. But yeah, that's how you do that. Also, a horse-like creature with a spiral horn growing from its forehead. Its hair is white and its eyes are gold. And just so that you guys are not panicky about me making animal burgers out of this unicorn, I'm going to make it available as a pet. Not that anybody will take it, but... Clipping later, cheers. But yeah, that's how a humble streamer survived for a long time on minimal food budget. So now our artifacts are guarded by a wolf and a goose. I'm sure they'll get along just fine. A unicorn burger? Someone should, like, make unicorn meat like a brand of Beyond Meat. You know, like that lab-grown meat. Let's call it unicorn meat. It's good branding. I'd eat it. What's your family recipe? Yeah, no, and here's the thing, right, Lump? With that, like, little recipe you just put in the chat, you can have a wide variety of different types of meals that taste different enough to keep you not bored, but at the same time are infinitely healthier than instant ramen and take 10 minutes more to make. How's your little lad doing? Better than one of the other little lads. Is dwelling upon being accosted by worms. Oh, you don't like worms, and there's worms in the fortress. Ah! Thanks, Belug. But aside from that, you're slightly annoyed. But you've been praying to Russet Timber, the Red Rocks. Currently 4 years old. Your little guy is doing well.
For everyone.
Oh, also, another way that you can do it is if you happen to have cheese. When you crack the egg, put like a strip of cheddar on top of it. Like if you don't have any veggies or meat and you want some variety in the flavor, when you crack the egg on the rice, just put a strip of cheese on it. Yeah, I mean, that's... I think a friend of mine lived off of what he called college gruel for years, Lump, which was literally just red beans, rice, a cracked egg. There's a fly in my apartment. Cracked egg, and a little bit of cheese or vegetables, whatever he had. And he lived off of that for literally years. But beans are a little bit harder because they take longer to cook than rice, so you have to cook them separately. Also, you can meal prep it the day before, so you can just have it all in the... If you're going to make it in a pot, you can just have it all sitting in a pot overnight. And then you put the stuff onto it. Sounds reasonably healthy, too, as long as you add enough random vegetables. Yeah, I mean, just swap up... Just have, like, 4 generic veggie mixes in the freezer. You can either make those yourself with fresh vegetables or just buy the pre-mixed veggie mixes. Or heck, even canned veggies if you don't have a freezer. Or fridge. And it's all reasonably healthy and it'll keep you reasonably okay. You've just gotten Gives me an emote for almost everything, don't you, Jack Narek? Alright, Iden, I'm actually going to give you mining because I need some more miners. A couple of my miners have been moved to other jobs, so I need mentally stout dwarves to go be miners. Got quite a few picks in the fort. Couscous is less effort than rice? Sure. But rice is easier to come by. Also, I prefer the taste of rice, but that's more of just me. Ugh. Sorry, but that's my natural reaction to that thought, Cassie. For me, it wasn't college. For me, it was streaming and efficiency and working a job that didn't pay much and having a relatively expensive girlfriend. And impossible to screw up, yeah. I just cook rice in a pot manually because it's not hard, but if you have a rice cooker, that's also helpful. Yeah, we actually have no cats in the fort right now, I don't think. Do we? We have cats? If we do have cats, we don't have enough. Yeah, we do have a cat who's owned by Morty. I guess we have that cougar as well. But the surrounding my pigs over here are these worms and thrips. Vermin. And the cat's not doing a good enough job to kill them all. That's why that little child is seeing worms. Whatever happened to your carpenter? He's still right there. She felt fondness when talking with a friend and felt pleasure near a fine seat. What do I care how I speak, or what do you care how I speak or how I live? Yeah, I'm still generally happy. You've been away camping for a couple days? That's fine. Hope it was a good camping trip. You're allowed to check in on your dwarf. And yeah, no, you occasionally make us very high quality barrels when we need them. Which is actually very helpful. I kind of want to go down to Z level 10. But that's 6 more Z levels worth of mudstone. The thing is, if we go all the way down to Z level 10, then we'll have all of the gneiss, we'll have all of the diorite, and all of those other stones that look different than just brown. But then we have to dig through 10 Z levels of this shit. What do you guys think? Do we dig down to Z level 10 with this massive pit? And have to deal with all of this mudstone over the next 1,000 years? Or do we just dig down to the gneiss? It was awesome. You found this incredibly isolated campsite in the middle of the national forest. No neighbors, no other humans, just a fire pit and an outhouse. A clearing at the bend of the river. Oh, that sounds lovely. I don't want to go too deep because I don't want to hit caverns. You say dig? This fort needs to be a 1,000-year project as well. Yeah, you're right, to an extent there. Will be nicer. I mean, something that I do want to do is I want to carve out all of these bedrooms and this library and move all of these buildings down into the base of it. And have easy access to these lower levels from the surface, obviously. What time of year is it? It's late spring. Is crafting season. And probably block crafting season too. All right, we'll keep going. I think we can get down to that level today. We're going to have so much iron ore, though. We're going to be building walls and shit out of iron. It's going to be badass, I'm telling you. Can get steel production online? We can. Because all of that yellow that you see is lemonite, which is iron. All of that yellow is iron. I don't know if I want to do steel doors, mostly because I don't like the sprite for steel doors. Probably just masterpiece nice doors, you know? How deep will the pit be? I guess we're going to Z level 10. So 10 Z levels. Currently, we're on Z level 4. You're going to be making all of your roads out of gold? Ooh. You should mint a couple gold coins every year. Not a ton, just a couple. Did I check your dwarf mantis? Did I expel you? I think I expelled you. Pretty certain you got expelled. Or died. One of the two. Yeah, I think you got expelled. You improved your... Yeah, you were married to the person who killed Boxed, which was Crow. And you were just... Or... Crow was tantruming like crazy, so I expelled Crow. I wouldn't say I'm necessarily the best. Popularity doesn't necessarily equate to quality, but I would argue that I'm probably the most consistent DF streamer. As far as names go, I would have said that about a Ripterus previously. A Ripterus always seems to go a little nuts when I put him in my forts. I think that the reason is, Harry, is you don't get a lot of streamers who stream playing Dwarf Fortress, with the exception of the occasional spat of Quill 18 shenanigans and the occasional spat of like other big streamers. But, like, there's a few Russians that'll occasionally stream a bunch of Dwarf Fortress. So, of what it takes to be the best, sure. I won't disagree with that. But, like, for example, if Krug Smash decided to stream his art in the Dwarf Fortress directory, currently he just streams his art on Discord. But if he did them on Twitch, he would be far and away the most popular streamer. Since they play a lot of EU4. Quill plays a lot of EU4? I thought Quill played a lot of Civ. I don't think I've ever actually seen Quill stream EU. I know Arama does. Interesting. Why does he only do it on Discord? Keeps it private. Makes it a purchasable Patreon thing. Not Quill 18. Krug Smash. Krug Smash streamed his art on Twitch. He would be far and away the biggest Dwarf Fortress streamer. Really hate how YouTube mutes stuff when I go to repeat comments. Krug Smash, yeah. Krug Smash is very successful on Patreon. It puts it into perspective how much smaller my work is compared to people like that. So when people tell me, oh, streamer, you're like one of the best Dwarf Fortress content creators, it's like, I don't know if I stand up to the others. Like, it's weird comparing me in the same sentence to them. I don't think we'll be sending any dwarves to space, though. I don't think we have that technology yet. Also, if anybody's been died or booted out, we can rename people too. So if anybody does want a new dwarf, just let me know. We have a few open. You don't go searching for Dwarf Fortress streams much, but Blind certainly has one of the few streams that vanilla is only as well. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm trying to think. Who else streams vanilla? I know Useroon streams vanilla, but he doesn't stream particularly consistently because jobs. Are you a dwarf in this fort? No, you are not, Lump. We have a Boyer, a Stonecrafter, a Herbalist, and a Scholar open. Have I screwed around with Masterwork? A little bit. Not on stream, though. Like, I haven't installed for... Not the current version. It would be the previous version installed. Like the Scholar? Okay, he's currently in the Wrestling League. Lump. Oh, and depressed. Over the long term, he's been under a great deal of stress, but he feels pleasure after a sparring session. He's not majorly depressed. He's never tantrumed or anything. Feels satisfied improving fighting. Grouchy when caught in the rain. Satisfied upon improving striking. Felt satisfied remembering mastering observation and was satisfied upon improving observation. Twitch is having all sorts of server issues today because apparently AWS is having lots of outages. Currently. Here's the pile of depression. Not quite. He's incredibly mighty, tough, and extremely agile and very slow to tire. Likes iron, green tourmaline, pomelo, wood, and sulfan molly tooth, maces and bucklers and earrings, and ballista parts, and the words of the key of outrage. Has an angular chin and his sideburns are clean shaven. His medium-length mustache is combed and his very long beard is neatly combed. His very long hair is braided and his nose is narrow. His somewhat short ears are somewhat narrow and his cobalt eyes are slightly protruding. Only another 109k? Oh, really? Are we that close? He personally sees artful speech and eloquence as wasteful form of deliberate deception. And he treats it as such, and believes that little is better in life than a good party, and believes that he would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time. Has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world. and finds decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time. And respects power, values independence, and dreams of creating a great work of art. I mean, ballistas are pretty cool. I once launched a pumpkin out of a ballista. It went splat. He is completely oblivious to any contemption of neatness and will just leave things strewn about without a care after being caught in the rain in year 11. He is a nervous wreck after seeing the kobold Gurgikaliddus die and his dead body, and rarely develops negative feelings towards things after receiving justice through a criminal's conviction in year 12. I'm pretty sure that was Crow. Prefers to be alone and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. He has an active sense of humor, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, is assertive and greedy, and has a greedy streak, and does not go out of his way to help others. Yes, that. Accurate. Pumpkin ballista, indeed, yes. It was a good time. I wonder if they can get to that. They should be able to. Yeah, I always think that there's an A in Kobold. I always try and put an A in Kobold, but it's... I don't know. I'm gonna do all of this engraving. I think it's time to take the wrestling squad off of wrestling, because they've done enough wrestling for the year. It's a lot of them do engraving stuffs, and I need them to go do engraving stuffs. I mean, the Bear Fighters are not a military group. They're very much a... Wait, what was that? Oh, Veil Whip. Last name. I thought he made a figurine of a whip, and I was very confused. They're not a military force. They're simply a recreational boxing group, essentially. I wonder if we're starting to thin out the rocks. It doesn't look like it. It does not look like it. It's going to take us a long time to work through all these boulders and gems. It's a dwarven gym? Basically, yeah. And whenever I see dwarves that want to practice a martial art, I chuck them in that squad. Like this dwarf. Although, unfortunately, one dwarf in that group did go nuts and beat the shit out of another one and kill him. But, you know, he's still in the squad because he repented while in prison. So it's fine. I like that you can buy PAX pins online this year. Kind of removes all of the fun of PAX pins. Not that I really care about PAX pins. I just think it's kind of funny. I love seeing people holding instruments in Dwarf Fortress. Kind of interesting little fact. We're actually above our population limit because we've had children. Curious what we're eating because we've been making lavish meals for a while, and I've been seeing a lot of roasts popping up, so. A lot of almond roast, walnuts roast, pecans roast. A whole lot of pecan roast. Holy crap, that's a lot of pecan roast. You know, if they like eating nuts, we got that in spades. I think that's enough meals for a little bit. We're going to suspend that job. Children are breaking the rules? Rules? What rules? Oh, I mean, the hard cap is 40. So I think they'll stop having children at 40, but we need to have children. Because we need people to be replacing the generations, right? I mean, sometimes they'll be thrown into magma, not this time. Man, I really hope that Twitch doesn't count that, Doesn't look like they're counting it. I was very worried for a second there. It looked like Twitch was counting a 20-something viewer average stream on as part of my stats, but doesn't look like it. Need 1,000 years of Dwarf. Yeah, exactly. So it's going to take us a while. It is going to take us a while. And, you know, normally I would not recommend having crafts on repeat, but we need to get rid of these boulders somehow, and these traders are not going to take these boulders away, so. So we're going to have a few generations of stone crafters in this fortress. But after that, we're going to have a few more generations of iron workers, hopefully. I'm not atom smashing boulders. I mean, I guess I could atom smash this mudstone. We are atom smashing, yeah, but we're not atom smashing boulders. Like, our atom smasher's right here. Currently, it's just a bunch of buzzard corpses. Well, what's left of a bunch of buzzard corpses. Apparently a dagger as well. So no, we are atom smashing. We're just not atom smashing the boulders. I'm making them into figurines and buying silk with them generally. They attacked the dwarves, actually. They scared away a dwarven trade caravan after we'd traded with them, thankfully. Although fortunately we haven't had too much death in this fort so far. Like there's been death for sure, but it's actually been kind of reasonable, all things considered. Craft lulls. I kind of love and hate that Dwarf Fortress has the word lull as part of their language. I don't get it. What do you mean by people used to ride those babies for miles? I'm so confused. I don't know what's up with the round of beers, but we should have a round of beers in chats. Did they? Oh. Today, okay. I know nothing about SpongeBob. I don't think I've ever actually finished an episode of SpongeBob. And I know some people you're going to be like, if SpongeBob's good, though. It's like, it's nothing against SpongeBob. I've never watched it. All right, we can dig out the next Z level. I've heard that like that show's continued being good even after the first couple of seasons, but SpongeBob fit directly in with The Simpsons, where my mom just didn't let us watch it because it was rude. Isn't it like more focused on an older audience now? Like it's one of those shows that's just tried to kind of grow up with its audience. Or am I confusing it with something else? Because it certainly had the appearance of that for a while. For the original creator quit? Oh, that sucks. I never like hearing stories about that. Oh, it's for children even more so now? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it went the other direction, but I also don't know anything about SpongeBob, so. Show that I did watch relatively recently actually was Powerpuff Girls. There's a lot of stuff in that well, relatively recently, like 3-4 years ago. There's a lot of shit in that show that I kind of look at now and go, how the fuck did they get that past legal? What? A lot of like, very adult humor, shall we say. Not even just like innuendos, but like in the very first episode of the first season, they rescue like their dad, the scientist guy, from this lady who's like got him tied up in bondage gear. That kind of stuff. It's like, really? You got that in a kid's show? Like, it's, I guess. I'm just more impressed than anything. It's like, you got away with that? Wow. A very questionable content? Yeah. I'm not kink shaming, I'm just impressed. Like, kink shaming would be, that's bad, you shouldn't have that. But it's more of a, whoa. Clap. I remember seeing one episode of Totally Spies and absolutely hating it. Absolutely hating it as a kid. I do remember seeing Total Drama Island and loving it, though. Total Drama Island was good. Total Drama Island was fun. Bunch of dwarves are dancing. I think you'll come through. Ironic that the cook is upset after lack of decent meals. I think that's just ironic. Total Drama Island was just a good show. And it ages well, too. It's actually on Netflix, at least up here. Watched it again 3-4 years ago when me and my ex were on a cartoons binge, and it was entertaining. Like, that's a solid show. That and 16. Kind of like the Canadian cartoons. I remember way back when, really... This must be a really fucking strong dwarf. God damn, Aqua, you're strong. Unbelievably strong. Carrying a boulder and moving at full speed. Just, like, doesn't give a shit. Just watch how fast this dwarf moves. We're getting a little bit of frame rate lag right now because we're mining, and mining causes some weird framey shit when you're carving out large chunks of, He throws it on his shoulder? Pretty much. Like, it takes him longer to make the rock blocks than it does to actually carry the boulder to the mason's table. But yeah, we're getting a little bit of framey lag because of all the Z levels we're cutting out. Frames will return once that's done. Like, watch this dwarf, right? Oh, this is getting provisions. Come on. Come on. Do it again for me. No? Okay, fine. Showcase Canadian animation late on Cartoon Network and maybe a pre-early Adult Swim. Yeah. I never really liked Adult Swim. They never really had stuff that I really enjoyed. As soon as you're watching, they don't do what you want them to do because they go, "Why are you staring at me?" Yeah, no, you're right. Now you're performing a dance, so like, oh, you're watching. Do a little dance. Make a little love. Get down with that. No hammer and chisel required. I thought they used their teeth. Well, they just bit them. Pretty much, Aqua, yeah. Pretty much. Ba-dum-bum. We're striking so many random gems. Not the most valuable gems, but I'm getting a lot of them. Also, our miners are really fucking fast. Like, Spitalier is so good at mining. Look at how fast this dwarf's going. He's zooming. Next Blazeball round is soon. I'm trying not to stare at Blazeball while I'm streaming because, like, it's kind of a waste of time. Well, not kind of a waste of time, but I don't like just blankly staring at my monitor for like 10 minutes at a time. That being said, because I want to go bet on my team. Well, my team's doing well, so I'm just getting them passive incomes. No, you're not wrong. Also, they work for artifacts. We're literally digging up thousands of years worth of resources here. Just imagine the towers we're going to build. Like, oh my god. Just think about it. I can't wait to see this fortress when it's done. Like, I've said this a couple times, but I think this is probably the coolest fort I've ever made. Just visually and aesthetically. It's gonna look so cool once we actually have, like, the design built that I want to do. I'm just expecting a rock to show up and just fucking massacre all of my dwarves or something stupid. It's kind of what I'm expecting right now. What's the long-term plan? Well, it's going to all be... Because I don't want them to get cave adapted, right? Because a large cause of stress and lag, actually, is the vomiting from cave adaptation, right? So I don't want them to be cave adapted. So we'll just kind of deal with the minor rain in the spring. And the snowstorms in the winter. because that is less mood problems than being caught in the sun again. So the actual plan of it is around the edges of the bottom of the pit, we're gonna have housing along probably the left side with like dug into the wall. We'll have a tavern down there and all of that stuff like on the same Z level. And then over on the other side and around the edge, we're gonna have all of our crafting tables and construction tables and work tables and benches and all that stuff. We'll have constructed temple tower. Probably that tower that I'm building there will be all temples on different layers. We're gonna have guild halls constructed. What's a smash shaker? Probably. Did you see that pop up at the bottom? Probably someone's name. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Finn. Multiple levels of rooms with glass windows facing in. I don't know. I might kind of do what Krug Smash is doing, where it's like a row of rooms, and then I'll dig a trench, and then put another row of rooms, and then dig a trench, and then put another row of rooms. So it's like a pit with rooms in it. Might do something like that. I don't know. But I kind of want to keep a lot of stuff on one level, because it's a lot easier for people who don't know what they're looking at to follow what's going on. But I'm not against that idea. We can also build up as well. Like do a layer of bedrooms, and then one Z level above or below, we could put in the tavern. Or build the tavern and then have like one Z level up. We could have all the bedrooms kind of looking down into the tavern. Stuff like that. But yeah, that's kind of the plan. And we're going to have all of these ancient engravings on the fancy ore veins up at the top. It's gonna look pretty cool, I think. The problem is it's going to take us 1,000 years to deal with all of these boulders. Literally. But we're only on layer 5, and we're going down to probably Z level 11, which is where our bedrooms currently are, so we'll be digging largely into the side of these, which is okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to punch a hole in the side of this somewhere and put a pumps or a single pump on here and pump a bunch of water down there so we can have a growing patch out there and do some above ground farming that far down. If I have problems with frame rate, yes, but we haven't had problems with frame rate yet. The only thing that's causing problems with frame rate is digging. Embo's a little whiny, but nothing we can't handle. Hey, Squug. How is thing? The fort will die when 355 happens? What happens when we pass year 355? The dwarves have arrived. Are there buzzards yet? Nope, just emus. All right. Hopefully we can successfully trade with them this time. I'm also going to need to position the craft stockpile in a better spot in the future. Because right now I don't actually have a craft stockpile. And I also don't have any bins for a craft stockpile. But in the future, that'll make this much easier. There's going to be so many figurines of our founding dwarves just like hanging around the world in the future. We're certainly putting our mark on the world. Why did you pick the year 355? I just hope that we have, like, multiple tame dragons by the end of this. Because that would be super cool. If we ever got to that point. You just felt it? Fair. I do actually wonder how many people have done 1,000-year-long running forts without cheesing it. You know? Oh, hey, we made figurines of the kobolds. That's adorable. Think you can count them on one hand? Well, I mean, something that I've kind of wanted as a goal ever since I started streaming Dwarf Fortress was, you know how there's Arch Crystal, there's Arch Crystal, there's whatever the name of that Russian one was, which I can't remember. There's the big famous succession forts like Boat Murdered. I kind of want to get into that list of legendary fortresses that just kind of become known, you know? Be real cool if Longdeath could become one of those forts. It's kind of one of my goals. Basically, whenever Kotaku puts out a top 10 list about Dwarf Fortress, or actually I guess it would be Waypoint now because that writer no longer is at Kotaku. I kind of want my fort to be mentioned. How old is it? We're on year 17. We started on year 5, so we've got 88 years left. My name is Mistum. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situations. Hello, Sunburns. Gita. Yeah, Gita Jackson. She's at Waypoint now. Well, I think technically she's at Motherboard. Vice Games. Merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony once again as land of our realm. The offer is still open if you have any dwarves you recommend for elevation. We will maintain our distance from the homeland until the pit is complete. I look forward to our meeting next year, Dwarf. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Yeah, Gita Jackson did all of the Dwarf Fortress writing at Kotaku, and she's at Vice now. What's going on here? We're building a dwarf fort. What are you doing over there? Well, welcome to the stream. Why don't you go for a barony? Because I don't want to have to build a massive, like, room for a baron in an area that isn't going to be where I want my baron to be. I want to be able to build a big legendary palace for my baron and royalty. I don't want to have to build one in an awkward spot up high early. I don't need to. Okay, so Spitalier is in a fey mood and has claimed a mason shop. He's grabbing Lemonite. Grabbing more Limonite. He's grabbing more Limonite. And his paws. Probably wants bones. Forest, stacked cloth. Rough gems. We have rough gems. Spinning bars of metal. A quarry. Skeletons. There you go. It's always bones. They always want bones. But fortunately, I can slay 2 sows. Actually, you know what? Rather than slaying the sows, I'll slay a wild boar and a sow. Because I have boars that... I have boars, big piggies, that have been gelded. That makes things easy. Oh, hey, we have peahen eggs. How lovely. Coffer? I'm hoping for doors, man. I haven't seen anybody hauling a piggy yet. Oh, there they come, I think. Where's that piggy? Can you continue making stupid memes and asking dumb questions? Because you're not funny, Sunburns. You're going to have to speak with a higher IQ and lower numbers of memes, or you're not welcome here. Bum, 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 bum. I mean, only subscribers have bones. Specifically. This is the job I was born for. Leave your memes at the door. Welcome to the stream. Unless they're relevant. I mean, come on. You didn't even do it right. You're supposed to use the B emoji, not put dumb brackets around it. Emojis work on Twitch, so you could have done that. Didn't even correctly meme. It's like the worst part of this. Restigal, I'm just gonna... You already have butchery. What are you doing? Guess they're just too busy bringing stuff over. Here comes my trader. Way more terrifying than any skeleton, let me tell you. You know, we'll just offer this to them. It's a gift. The goal is to keep the fort alive for 1,000 years, yeah. Which is why the population is so low, and also why we're building such a large, ambitious thing. We're only on year 17, so we got a couple left, yeah. But we'll be here for a while. I'm sure it'll be fine. I really need a farmer to do the butchery. Take you off of trade, get hauling too. Give you butchery after you're done eating. Only 9 more millennia? Pretty much. I mean, it certainly fucking feels that way. But it's okay. We will swap it up with other things. Do other stuff in between. It's not just going to be this fort. Because I will get bored. Understandably so, I would say. Don't need all those backpacks, but I'll take those pants. Let's buy some capers, some onions, some garlic. Swap it up a little bit. But yeah, no, we will certainly be here for a while. No. We already did that. They all fell into the lava. That was the spike of zealots. They decided it was time to become one with their god and stood on a platform above the magma fort, above the magma sea, and drank the Kool-Aid. It was a good way to end that fort, to be honest. Hello, Astro. Welcome back. I mean, if anything, I've drank the Kool-Aid because I took the YouTube comments challenge to try this. I left a few actually behind. A few got expelled, and a few got expelled, and a few Can someone please butcher an animal? I really need that done. There you go. Astro's slaughtering the boar. That's what we need. But Spitalier can make his artifact. Apparently somebody is still maintaining it. Supposedly, screw it. Somebody, it was supposed to be left behind, which I think is kind of incredible. Will it displace the liquid? When it initially lands, yes, but after a while, no. It'll settle back down. Because objects that are lying on the bottom of a tile are flat. They have no density. You might want more skeletons. Let's see if that's what you want. Wait for the other skeleton to get at. Okay. What do you want? Rough gems, shining bars of metal. We have plenty of rough gems. Pictures of a quarry. Skeletons. Forest. Stacked cloth. Rough gems. What do we have for cloth? I got 5,000 stones in the map. That's ridiculous. You're heading off? We'll see you later, animal. You don't want anything specific, do you? Actually... I got plenty of bars. Like, you like Electrum. Darn. They're leaving. I'm gonna say they had an Electrum bar. Let's check gems, because I've got 656 rough gems. Wow. 656. 79 cut gems. Gems aren't the issue. Didn't you already grab an iron bar, or am I mistaken? Grabbed lemonite, lemonite, lemonite. Stray boar bone and maple logs. We'll see you later, animal. Cheers, dude. That's concerning. I think he wants Electrum. But I just assumed he wanted bones. Because he likes Electrum, Onyx, Cockatiel Leather, the colored light brown anvils in the site, and the Santy Flower. Yeah, that's what I'm fearing. I'm concerned it's Electrum. Which means I could have bought Electrum from the dwarves, but do I have Electrum? I do, actually. Oh, never mind. They have Electrum and they're leaving with it. Wonder if I happen to have anything made out of Electrum. I don't have gold nor silver in order to make Electrum. I do have a silver dagger, which I could melt. Have anything made out of gold? Don't think so. At least not that I'm aware of. Unless somebody brought something that was made out of gold. Green tree frog remains. Hedgehog remains. I mean, I need something made out of gold in order to make Electrum. But I don't think I have anything made out of gold. So it wouldn't matter. And I don't have any gold ore. Bamboozler, thanks for the 9th month. It's a baby. You get to name it.
It's the time of the month.
It might still be bones, yeah, but I already butchered 2 animals. I mean, I can butcher 2 more or 3 more boars even. But I'm not holding out hope here. Okay, why can't that should be accessible. I didn't like cut off the way up there, did I? Nope, they should be able to get up there. I don't know. Unless I'm out of charcoal, maybe. I mean, I got 1 piece of charcoal. Name it Glenn. Congrats. Enjoy the new hat, dude. Thanks for sticking around for so long. The caravan already left, so it doesn't matter. Oh, it is still bones. Maybe he still wants more skeletons. Hat on this hat? Sometimes you just need more hats for the hat. Oh, wait, never mind. No, it wasn't bones. I was watching the wrong dwarf. Yeah, it was not that. I was watching the wrong dwarf. Yeah, I'm convinced it's Electrum he wants. Fuck. Skulls for the coffins, you mean? Yeah? Is it that hard to tell? What did you think it was? Literally like it's literally Crypt Lurk. I mean, it's a skull peeking over a wall wearing a hat, yes. But that's what Crypt Lurk is. I'm so bummed out about this dwarf. But also it's wearing a hat. They're wearing hats. Because I've got silk, yarn cloth, and cloth. So I have all 3 types of cloth, so it can't be cloth. He's already got the stuff from the quarry. He grabbed bones already. I'm very confused by what you're saying, Lump. Because you're just like, wait, it's a skull wearing a hat? I thought it was a skull peeking over a wall wearing a hat. It's like, how does that change anything? I don't wall them off. Drives me nuts. But I won't wall them off. I think that's way too cheesy. Dwarves would never do that in real life. Did he grab rough gems? No. But I have 700 rough gems. I mean, like, this is a gems stockpile. But I guess I could make a rough gems stockpile. I had a hat collection and then I moved out and it kind of went away because I didn't want to store it. And the internet ruined the hats I liked, so. See? Those are all rough gems. Dr. Pepper hat. I've never actually had Dr. Pepper. True story. Yeah, those are all rough gems. I don't know. Who wasn't in like the mid 2010s? I was into fedoras because all my friends were into fedoras. And then we all kind of stopped around the same time when the internet ruined it. Oh, Tapioca's fighting with a buzzard. Hope you killed it. Buzzard attacks the expedition leader and he jumps away and says, "This is a fight. I feel no terror." But no, I don't really collect anything outside of my records. Yeah, I've just kind of stopped wearing hats because I never liked, like, baseball caps. The internet ruined fedoras for me, and I had a few, like, outdoorsy hiking hats that just kind of had, like, the wide brims for hiking a number of years ago, but I kind of stopped wearing those too. I don't know. I wear toques, but I have a toque. But that's just because it's practical in the winter. Yeah, I don't know. I guess this dwarf is just dead. I think they want Electrum. And I don't have gold. I have nothing made out of gold. I could have bought an Electrum bar. But, it's too late now, I think. There's one other thing I can look at. What area would that be in? I have a crystal pedestal, tetrahedrite pedestal. I don't think I have anything made of gold. Hey, Magna. Butt tons of choirs. Yeah, nothing in tools, nothing in thrones. That's a bummer, man. Don't know where the fuck I got quicklime from, but apparently we have quicklime. Got a pitchblade Lalar and a sulfurite Lalar and a mudstone Lalar. Tons of logs. I don't know why there's a bunch of forbidden gloves. Got iron goblets and a bunch of mugs. I'm sorry, Spitalier. I think that you're dead. I don't have Electrum. It'd be like the 5th or 6th dwarf in this fortress, actually, to die from unfortunate item demands. Motherfucker. That's a bummer. Not much I can do. Because I've killed 4 pigs now. You'll get an iron coffin, yeah. We've already made it, actually. Human Bard, you visit once a year. Do you happen to have any gold on you? No. I'm just sad. That's all. Just sad. It's just a bummer when they demand a specific rare metal when I had the opportunity to buy it. You ask every year to join, and no. Be high in the walls? I mean, I'm not doing that because I'm putting them down here. This area is not, or is going to be, we'll have stopped the pit before this area, and there'll be ways down here from the pit, but these are the catacombs. So important figures, like, our outpost liaison, our first outpost liaison, our expedition leader, the first dwarf to write a book, the first 2 children, a statue of hops, Can't remember. What did Hops do? Ah, yes, our militia commander. So they're gonna go down there. Because I do kind of want them to be able to visit them. It's like, yeah, I could just put them up in the walls, but eh. And they'll just be kind of sporadic about. Let's hope he doesn't go berserk. Hope he just gets struck by melancholy. It's just a bummer. That's all it is. It's one of those mechanics in Dwarf Fortress that even Tarn said needs work. Although I should have been more vigilant and purchased some Electrum, but oh well. What can you do? Actually, some pretty interesting little indie games in the 1C games bundle. 1City games, if you want to know what the C stands for. Actually a good Humble Bundle. That Tier 2 has some pretty good games in it. Same with Tier 3. Deep Sky Derelicts is a cool thing. Conglomerate 451 is an old school dungeon crawler. Fell Seal looks really good from what I've seen. Smaller games you may not have heard of. Like, I'm kind of an advocate for unsubscribing from Humble Monthly or Humble Choice, but the bundles are still good. Bundles are still good. All right, we're done digging finally. Time to dig some more. It's a caged cougar. It's in a artifact cage, too. It was originally chained, but it kept just sitting there and having panic attacks, so I figured if I put it in a cage, it would feel safer. So I've caged it for its own mental health. But yeah, no, it was literally just sitting there panicking all the time, and I'm not sure why. It just, I guess, didn't like being chained. Also purchased from the elves. We're building a little bit of a zoo here, aren't we? I can't wait to see what artifacts look like at the end of this. We're gonna have a lot of images of other artifacts, I think. But yeah, no, caged animals and tied up animals and pastured animals cause less problems for frame rate. Whereas if you just have like armies of thousands of cats running around, they become a bit of a problem pretty quickly. Bit of a problem, kinda quick. I know part of the reason I think that having a Fortress that lasts this long in Dwarf Fortress, from the point of view of a streamer, actually isn't that hard. Or probably won't be that hard, because yeah, I do need to play the game. But a lot of what I do as a streamer is talking, right? And a fortress like this needs to be kept a little bit more peaceful. And needs to be a little bit less combat and stress heavy. So it's going to be kind of a lot of construction. So in a way, I think doing a fort like this might actually be easier on the streaming side of things. I just kind of need to focus on planning, really. And less so on keeping my dwarves sane, because I can just, like, let them hang out and let time pass, if you will. Because we have to do a lot of that in this fort. But yeah, this right here is a caged cat in an artifact cage. I don't know. Kind of thought it was a cool thing to kind of have. I don't know. What are some cool things you'd like to see me try and do with this really long fort, or you'd be curious to see? I've just found it kind of neat watching the faction grow and watch the goblins expand and watching the hillixes pop up. That part's been really cool so far. Oh, hey, the humans have a new town. This one. Scrub paged. That one's new. Because they have the human hamlet. Oh, they have a human tower. The Council of Tiring. Interesting. It's not a necro tower, but it is a tower. Oh, there he goes. He goes berserk. Spitalier goes berserk. Can I get a round of beers in chat first? Oh, don't you fucking kill my unicorn. You didn't kill my unicorn. It begins. Ah. He immediately got struck down. Bits and pieces went everywhere. There are indeed non-necro towers. Oh, board guy got injured. His left foot is cut open. Oh, he'll be okay. He'll be okay. One of the younger dwarves in the fort. He'll be okay. It's just a cut on the foot. And our captain of the guards, Squug, says, gruesome wounds. This doesn't scare me. I cannot stand by. This might require an answer. I'm sorry. So sorry. We'll dig out two more tombs real quick. Which they should go for pretty quick. There they are. Was their priority numero uno instead of priority 2. It's weird. The very first PAX I ever went to, the very first, there was this space game called Dual Universe there. And it looked pretty neat. It had kind of an interesting open world pitch where it was everybody kind of in one universe and you build your own ships, and it was interesting because it was kind of around the same time that like people were still kind of calling Star Citizen like something that didn't exist, and we were still kind of calling it a scam, and some people still kind of do that, but I don't know if it's necessarily warranted at this point because you can buy that game and play it. And, you know, space games were very much kind of a thing that weren't finished, right? Well, now suddenly out of nowhere, everybody's streaming the damn game. Which I think is kind of funny. It was like 2016 I saw it at PAX. And now everybody's streaming it. You what? Yeah, no, I kind of feel like all my friends now are just streaming that game. There's like 12 channels I follow out of 50 that are streaming it. I guess it kind of shows who I follow, but... Is enjoying the hell out of that game? Oh, I'm not saying it's a bad game. I just think it's kind of funny. Or I personally think it's kind of funny because I remember introducing a lot of people to that game, kind of going, man, this game looks cool. And then like grabbing my friends that were at the convention and showing it to them. Being like, hey, like this might be a game that you should check out. And they all took down their information and now suddenly it's out. Do they still have the subscription model thing that they were talking about doing way back then? I don't know what the business model of that game is because I haven't looked into it, to be honest. I'm not particularly interested, but... Can I please go live? Try refreshing the stream. But I think I'm alive, and I think the stream is live too, so I don't know. Okay, points and bits are different things, but yeah, try refreshing. I don't know. Try clearing cookies, maybe? You could try writing a sternly worded letter and sending it to Twitch. Place item in tomb. There you go, Spitalier. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You had a lover. Let's see how your lover is doing. Seem to care too much, honestly. You do have a daughter, which is bored guy. I'll send them a postcard informing of their outrage. I don't think they're working in the office yet because they are based in San Francisco, and I'm pretty sure San Francisco's in mandatory stay-at-home order. You can get 3, 6, and 12 month subscriptions. Really? Okay, so it is a subscription game? Interesting. How much are the subscriptions? Aripterus has given birth to a boy. Anybody want to be a baby in the fortress? As Aripterus has now had 3 children. Jacknrick, Morden, and now Shin. Debbie! Yeah, San Francisco's still... Okay, so that's what I thought. I thought San Francisco was still in full-on lockdown. Beer the baby, yes. Beer baptized the baby. Let's give it Cooler. Cooler, welcome to the fortress. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. He's the son of Aripterus and Zapdos, and he is an ardent worshipper of the fuchsia and a worshipper of Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks. Also was named after Shin originally. That's interesting. Says Gaga. Smart baby. His sideburns are clean-shaven. His medium-length mustache is neatly combed. And his very long beard is neatly combed. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Cooler_SK does all of the art for my YouTube channel. So all of the thumbnails were drawn by him. As well as the art in the Today in Dwarf Fortress videos. He does all of those drawings and arts. I also did all my sub-badges and a large portion of my emotes. And most of the art that you see on the channel. So that's Cooler's handiwork. So if you want to... commission artwork and know exactly what you want, Cooler_SK is your guy. But He is a pessimist and has an overinflated sense of self-worth. Well, the first part I think is true. The second part, not so much. He likes to take it easy and doesn't seek out excitement. He is stubborn and could be considered rude. He is curious and eager to learn. I don't know about that. And he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He is swayed by the emotions of others and can handle stress. That one I think is true. That it can handle stress. He can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. I don't know if that's true. He tends to not reveal personal information. I bet you that one's probably true. And occasionally overindulges. I don't know about that one. He just likes tea. So he overindulges in tea. He isn't particularly interested in what others think of him. And and when he's trying to remember something, wait, hold on, what? And when he's trying to remember something, he usually starts tapping his feet. There we go. And needs alcohol to get through the working day. €20 for a 3 months pack? That game, I don't know. That game's got an interesting business model. But backers don't pay for betas, so they play for free. Gotcha. That game's got an interesting business model. I'm curious to see how it works. Because launching a subscription game in 2020 is strange. Yeah, I mean, if I were to play a space game, I'd probably play that one, because I'd probably like that one. Gloves and socks. But I remember introducing a friend of mine, Bognogus, to that game. Pointing him at it. I'm like, yo, check this game out. This is a game that you need to get into in the future. So he got early into their Discord. And I like orbital mechanics. I'd probably enjoy that game. And I like some of the ships that I've seen people building, but I don't need to play an MMO. I already got Trackmania. I don't think we've had any children have strange moods yet. Screw, I'm gonna give you mining. So I need more miners. Same with Zapdos, you can also have mining. We don't really need carpentry very frequently. Trackmania is weird. A lot of games are weird. I don't know. I've just played Trackmania for a very long time, so I just like it. But yes, I acknowledge that it's a very fucking weird game. Trackmania is a game that was created in 2003 and never really changed much. It just kind of like, they came up with a thing in 2003, and it kind of worked in 2003. So instead of like designing a new game as video games and video game designs changed, instead of doing that, they just kind of kept making that game, if that makes sense. Which I kind of have a lot of respect for them for. But I don't know. I like it because of that. Because it never really strayed too far away from what I want from Trackmania. And what I want from Trackmania is dumb toy cars that go fast and user-made tracks and a lot of mods. And that's what it is. And a lot of leaderboards for all of the tracks. And that's what it is. So it's a very specific game that I've played for a very long time. No, because FIFA isn't... a racing game? What? No, I did not mean FIFA. Because there's lots of soccer games. I mean, they don't really make them that much these days, but Pro Evolution Soccer still exists. There's FIFA. There's all the independent soccer games. There's only one Trackmania. There's nothing else like Trackmania. Also, you can go play soccer or football or whatever you want to call it. You can go play that game in real life. You can't play Trackmania in real life. Dual universe. Screw it. Dual universe has orbital mechanics, supposedly. So, no, I did not mean FIFA. I meant Trackmania. Trackmania also has a fair business model that isn't filled with microtransactions. And a studio that, you know, cares about the game that they're creating. So. Took some effort. Oh, that's kind of neat. Yeah, I like space games with kind of a more focus on simulation stuff, which is one of the reasons why Elite Dangerous is still kind of my favorite space game, because, like, the mechanics aren't perfect, but they're a hell ton better than kind of everything else on the market. If you want a space life sim, then you play Star Citizen. I haven't used a CBD vape pen in a while. I just use the dry herb stuff. It's easier. Well, I personally like it more. I've got more control over it. I thought you were depressed for a second there, Militia Commander, and I was worried. It's better as a pain reliever than a sleeping pill. The best thing to get better at sleeping is exercise. Just use up body energy. What is this monstrosity that I'm digging out? A big pit. It's literally just a big pit, and I'm going to build my fort at the bottom of it. So I'm digging 10 Z levels down. Then my first 2 minutes in Star Citizen, the door to my room closed on me while I was trying to exit. I clipped through the wall and died on the surface of the planet from exposure. When was this? But yeah, wow. I don't know. I haven't played it, but I know that people who do play Star Citizen really enjoy it, so. But that's kind of hilarious. About a month ago? Seems about right. I don't know. I hate Star Citizen for many, many, many reasons. I think that they're frankly a problem. But for all of the issues I have with them and their business model and how they manage it, they are doing a lot of things right. They are developing the game in low-cost countries. So they don't have like 3 offices in San Francisco. So they are doing a decent job of managing their money. As bloated as that project is, they are doing a decent job of managing it. They communicate really well through the avenues that they can. So they do a really good job. Oh, is September started now? Yay, if you haven't subscribed to a channel before, you can subscribe to a channel. I think that's how that works. Actually gonna go look. Yay, it now costs me $5.59 instead of $6.99 to subscribe. Doesn't feel like that much of a savings for Canadians. But whatever. You recently started experimenting with multi-Z level building and digging your greatest regret is not smoothing the walls on your way down. Build scaffolding. Build a stair going up, a stair going down, and then a layer of floors around it and smooth it, and then deconstruct them all. Yeah, no, I see it. I also got one in my notifications. But I think you have to have never subscribed to the channel before in order to get the savings on it, so it doesn't really matter. On top of the stream? Yeah, no, I see it. I have Bell and Air stream open. I got a notification too. I know what notification you're talking about. It like popped up over the like full screen button, right? That emote is breaking terms of service. That's funny. Don't report that emote. Probably Twitch's marketing team. Yeah, it said reoccurring. You have to buy multiple subs in order to get the savings. Although I think your if you subscribe to a channel for the first time, it's 20% off. If you subscribe to a channel for 3 months for the first time, it's 30% off. If you subscribe for 6 months for the first time, it's 50, I think. The temptation to report is rising. It's against Twitch terms of service to have an emote that is just a letter. Even if it's like a drawing around the letter. Even if it's not a letter. If it's a single symbol, you're breaking terms of service. Which is why I had to remove my @ symbol emote. Yeah. So. But, you know. Yeah, September. Also, I don't think it counts for gifting. I don't know. I've been kind of bummed out about every single September since the first one, because the first one was just 20% off for your first it was 50% off for your first subscription, and you could also gift subscriptions to people for 50% off on all tiers, and it was great. So you could I could very cheaply snipe new people around with subscriptions, and that was a lot of fun. But ever since then, it's just been I don't know how I feel about this. But didn't know about symbols? Yeah. Well, anything that could be used as a letter. Anything that could be used as a letter to get around banned phrases or terms is technically what it is. They've done that a few times, yeah. They've done that one in connection with Bits promotions too. Lump. I think they've also done a couple like your first 500 bits is $5. Which I'd already bought bits, but it was good for a lot of people. That's funny. I should make a like a 10,000 channel point thing just to make my bot put the sellout thing in chat. I don't know. How about instead of September stuff, you just go to my Patreon and give me $1 a month? Smile. Than a bit person? Yeah. I would recommend people cheer $10 in bits to get a paywall. Because there's a lot of fun things you can do with the paywalls. I do think bits do have their advantages. Like yesterday when Hobo and Stone, or in Rhinestone, had that little bit war where they were like one-upping each other with 2 to 3 bits. Like that stuff's fun. Like I think there's a lot of entertainment value you can get out of bits, but for raw value, for money, PayPal and Patreon are infinitely better. That being said, I do think I'm not going to talk smack about people who gift subs and sharing bits. Ads for bits can be amazing if you live in like 1 or 2 regions in the world. I've gotten 2 bits from ads once. So, how are we doing for alcohol? Need to make more alcohol. So, ads for bits don't really exist in most regions. Yeah, no, I think that gifting subs, if done right, can be very, very cool. You know? A perfectly good example is Stone. You know, someone who can't afford to subscribe, but has been subscribed for how many months now? 6 months. All of those, I think, have been gifted. So it's like, it's kind of a way to help out other people that also enjoy watching this stream without too much extra cost to you. And also, I wouldn't have this many emotes. It's nuts. Yeah. No, like I said, if you live in 1 or 2 specific regions, you'll get tons of them. So, I think that gifting subs are great. I think options are great, actually, generally. I think gifting subs are great. I think bits are fine. And it's kind of a nice way to unlock other stuff. I think subbing at higher tiers is also good. Subbing at higher tiers, I get a better cut. I think that Patreon is better in the long run. But options are good. And another thing that the only thing that Twitch has done that I really kind of look at and go, well, that's fucking stupid, is Twitch has implemented gift cards. It's like, hey, son, it's the holiday season. For your Christmas gift, I'm giving you money to throw at other people. What? Excuse me? That's really dumb. So that's maybe one of the only things that I look at as, that is exceptionally stupid. But in general, the stuff Twitch does, no issues. And I don't think I'm alone on that one. I think quite a few people think that that stuff is extremely stupid. Also, guys, it is 1:10 p.m., which means it is time for me. The snow is melting. It is time for me to go get lunch. So if you happen to have audio commands, now is the time to use them to entertain the chat. Could I get a round of beers? And I will be back in a couple of minutes. Going to go grab me a sandwich and some lunch. BRB.
Cheese for everyone!
The elves have returned. They returneth. And you found ice in your AC? That's a very effective AC. Wouldn't it be cool if they brought us another unicorn? Wonder if anybody... Aw, no one accepted the unicorn. God damn it. Ham and cheese sandwich, nothing fancy. Oh, and I ate a tomato. I mean, isn't that technically correct, Cooler? Because ice is frozen water, and permafrost is moisture and oxygen freezing. Yep, they are indeed having a party. They are kind of living in a hole, though. It's dirt, like clay floors, and there's like worms and stuff on the floors. BRB. Might be time to make a nicer meeting area. No, we'll do that once we get to the bottom of the pit. I've only noticed one dwarf actually getting bothered by it. I don't actually think I need to bring any of this stuff here. It's good to be back. Have a buck. Cheers, Astra. $2.99 gets you into the credits of the little edited stuff I do on YouTube, but the dollar is just the cheers. Thanks. I actually just lost a patron at the $1 tier this morning, so. Uh-oh. It's funny because Patreon normally sends you an email when someone deletes their patron page thing. I didn't even get an email for this one. I just got a notification when I went for the site. It's like, so-and-so has deleted their pledge. I was like, oh, okay. Also, a dollar from Patreon is actually like $1.30 Canadian, so. Also, worth noting, you won't get charged until next month. Because Patreon's payments go through on the 31st at midnight is when they charge you. Actually, I think it's technically like 12:01 a.m. on the 1st. Yeah. Most of what you subscribe to. I move my Patreon stuff around a little bit, like... There's quite a few people I support at $1 a month, but... Knuckbucks, yeah. Canadian pesos. As a certain YouTuber says. We're gonna have some bacon pretty soon. Let's just see. Brought another wolf I could pick up. I'm not seeing any unicorns, though. That's disappointing. I kind of want to just buy the magical creatures off of them. Guess I can buy a couple splints and crutches. I have a chipmunk. I don't see any reason for me to have a chipmunk, so... I'm the only gamer you throw money at? Well, I feel like I'm a lot of people's first. Like you yesterday made an account just to watch Twitch, right? I've had a couple people do that over the last 2 months. Some from YouTube and some from other places. I know a few people who've made Patreon accounts to support me. But it's one of the reasons why, like, when people are just like, oh, you need to spread your wings and stream a lot of different things in order for people to, like, support what you do. And I'm just like, but, like, what? How does that help anybody? If the people who are watching me for a specific thing. I mean, ideally, I would like people to watch me just because they like watching me, but... Also raining now. You didn't really want to join Twitch? Why is that? Is it because of the Amazon ownership? Because I understand that. I personally think I like Twitch a lot more than YouTube, and I've liked Twitch a lot more than YouTube for a really... Actually, no, we'll do that later. And I've liked Twitch a lot more than YouTube for a really long time. I participate in YouTube because it's a necessity, not because I like YouTube. You try and keep a low digital profile? Yeah, I hear that a lot from people who play Dwarf Fortress, which I think is interesting. Twitch is relatively disconnected from most digital profile stuff. That's actually the reason I don't have notifications set up for Patreon. Because a lot of people use their real name on Patreon. And I don't want people to accidentally dox themselves. Because Patreon kind of encourages you to use first name, last name, right? To sign up. Like, you don't have to, but most people do. Luckily, you can change that. But it's kind of how Patreon wants you to operate. Which is... That's kind of my opinion of that. It's kind of But what can you do? Actually, just high priority dig through that. Because currently, I can't get to my my dumping pile. I kind of screwed that up a bit. It's fine. I used to try to keep a low digital profile, and I used to try to keep my anonymous level kind of up, but I've You realize pretty quick doing this for a living, it's like, oh, well, that's futile. Like, there's no way. No way I'll ever be able to successfully do that now that I do this for a living. That being said, delete your Facebook account. Stop using Messenger. Uninstall WhatsApp. Instagram is part of the problem. It's not innocent. Trying to think. What's another one I should... Oh, TikTok as a Chinese conspiracy. I mean, it's just a Chinese company. It's not a conspiracy. That's a fact. What else? Bored guy. Please don't fucking die. Like your father did. Craftsdorf shop? Mudstone? Mudstone? Well, I mean, it's not gonna be worth anything. But at least you got all the materials you needed. Twitter is a necessary evil for me, and I hate it. Yeah, no, absolutely. It'll be a mudstone block. I kind of wish you could make an artifact block. That'd be kind of cool. You could use it as like a cornerstone in the in a temple or something. There's actually some famous and historically important cornerstones. I'm gonna need to do some tricky constructions to build all of this in the future. Well, it's gonna menace with spikes of mudstone, probably. Wait, what? Bunch of people just, like, fell. Nobody's dead, but... I wonder how my bard is doing, because Lump is actually a bard. He was satisfied when teaching tanning. You were teaching tanning? That's cool. I mean... Board guy. Dusum Thidak. The Stonecrafter has created Board Guy, Dusum Thidak, a mudstone mini-forge, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Deberys Gaelash, his mother. It's worth 4,800. This is a mudstone mini-forge. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned mudstone cabochons and encircled with bands of round mudstone cabochons. On the item is an image of dwarves in mudstone. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Veiled Clasp by the Fortunate Gate of the Ignited Creation in year 13. Yep. He did indeed make a toy. I mean, there's worse things he could have made, I guess. Speaking of, we should probably make a couple toys. It's like, I don't know, 5. I do have a few kids running around. Yeah, it's like the very first plastic pressing of a G.I. Joe, right? You know, I've never actually seen a G.I. Joe in the wild outside of a toy museum. This dwarf wants to help people. Axon, we found you. She's been under a great deal of stress, but was satisfied upon improving intimidation and satisfied while yelling at somebody in charge. Wants to practice some martial art. Wants to help people. He has the appearance of somebody that is 95 years old and is one of the first of her kind. He personally believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time and lacks any respect for family. Sees introspection as important, values decorum and dignity and proper behavior, and dreams of mastering a skill. Is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. Doesn't care about family. Interesting. She's incredibly calm demeanor, and she can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. She's often lustful and she's assertive. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by those that she values artwork and its creation. She lives a fast-paced life with, but she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord. She's a little wasteful when working on projects, and she prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible. She's quite comfortable with others that live as harmoniously as she's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Exxon always wants to be the chief medical dwarf. You own the bunch? It wasn't really a thing in Canada. So, it was very much an American cartoon. I mean, we need many injuries in order for you to become a master doctor, so... I don't know. I don't know about that one. I don't know what that means, Astro. Those are words. Could also be lead torturer. Why? Not trace the connection there. Making a couple toys for the kids. Whoa! 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 How the fuck did that cave in? I'm actually not sure. Well, it's caved in now. Alright, so we shall channel carefully. I don't think anybody died, so... Yeah, nobody died. We're all good. All dwarfs accounted for. That feeling when you're sleeping and dwarves can't mine underneath you? Oh. could be lead torture. I understand. I understand the joke now. Fortunately, torture isn't a mechanic in Dwarf Fortress. Besides, I think you would die of stress as you find helping others emotionally rewarding. Thankfully, indeed, it keeps the kids away. Hello, MMXS XSC. Hello, what's up? Good to see you. And whippers? Well, that's not torture. That's just punishment. Being punished with a beating is like getting a spanking. That's not torture. That's just good old-fashioned law enforcement. Come on. A spanking that sometimes caves in a dwarf's skull? Yeah, and then causes the hammerer to die of sadness. Although we have a pretty good sheriff in this fort. He's very stern and, like, doesn't care about any kind of stress or anxieties at all. He sees a fight and he's like, this requires an answer. I shall not give in to fear. Instead of like, oh god, death, it's all around us. Like, what I'm trying to say is Squug is mentally strong, okay? They are super stern and angry, but require 4 chests and a fancy house. I mean, I'm super stern and angry, but require 50 records and a record player and 2 speakers. You say that like it's like a ridiculous ask. I want some places to put my things and then some things to put in them. It's not exactly ridiculous. I personally think that Dwarven egos are, like, nowhere near as bad as some games. They would have that Spartan attitude. I mean, they're not Spartans, they're dwarves. Spartans are warriors. Dwarves are industrialists. You know? I mean, some dwarves are bare bones utilitarian, but not all of them. Not all dwarves are minimalists. It would be unfair to give them all that stereotype. You not have... Okay, you do have plant gathering. Guess it's just the wrong time of year. I wouldn't say that wanting clothing and one chest and a place to put your clothing would be a maximalist. A maximalist is maybe a king or the one noble who demands that you make them a black bronze cabinet. I think your definition of maximalist is redonkulous. I mean, they wear their clothing until it rots off their backs before asking for more clothing and getting upset about it. So I think maximalist would be like, I want a full new set of clothing twice a month. That would be a maximalist. My forts are a lot less cheerful than mine. What does that mean? Has a bit of a greedy streak. That's not even that bad, though. I've had some dwarves that are maximalists, but it's not a bit of a greedy streak. Isn't the trait that I would say makes them a maximalist. The trait that makes them a maximalist would be, is demanding and like constantly self-indulges and I can't remember the exact wording of it, but there is one that is basically just will claim every item that they see. That's a maximalist. This ain't no maximalist. I almost guarantee you don't have 1,000 tickets, Gay Nerd. Almost guarantee you. Check how many you have. Exclamation point tickets. You had a dwarf who had a greedy streak, who wore about 7 crowns. That's hilarious. I had a dwarf in a previous fort get blasted by a forgotten beast, and the beast just tore all of his clothing off, and he ran away just wearing like 2 rings on each finger. Well, exclamation point tickets, and you'll find out how many you have, and then you can invest them. You did what now, Dragon Man? Oh, okay. I see. I will add your name to the list. You can make cobalt sounds in a mo. This one, low quality. That's the command. All right. You should be able to use them. Best amount.
Cheese for everyone!
For everyone. Or at least for me. I had cheese on my sandwich with lunch and it was tasty. I don't know. I think people think that their dwarves are much more demanding than they actually are. Like, I dare you to imagine what it would be like living as a dwarf. And then think if their demands are ridiculous. Well, that's not cheese. That's edible plastic. We've been over this, mate says. The command is cheese for everyone, not edible plastic for everyone. You love that clip? Pretty good, yeah. By the way, if anybody hasn't seen it yet, there's, I don't know what that is, so I'll just say it's not cheese, because I haven't heard of it. For those of you who haven't seen it yet, that little link in chat is a thing that me and my stream team was paid to do. Oh, also, I only just saw your DM. Sorry, I don't have Discord up when I'm streaming these days. It's distracting. Yeah, exactly, Gate Nerd. But yeah, no, I dare you to live in the conditions that the dwarves live in and not complain and get stressed out. So live in a tiny little 4x3 room with a dresser and a set of drawers and maybe an armor stand if you're lucky. You get a bed, no blankets. It's made of wood, that's it. And go mine all day, every day. Yeah, the alcohol's free, but is it really, though? If you melted the leftover trimmings from cheese and making it together... Huh. That sounds gross. I wonder if that's one of those one of the many American food products that isn't legal in Canada because it's not health or not safe enough. Because there's actually a lot of those, a lot of American food products that are not allowed in Canada because of the fact that they break our food health and safety laws, which I think is hilarious. I'm looking at you, Soylent. So the same price as my sound commands. It's a pretty good little trailer. We recorded them an hour of footage. It was a little more than that. It was like an hour 20 worth of footage. We had fun. A lot of hysterical laughter. What's wrong with Soylent? They don't do a good enough job keeping their stuff clean in the production of it for it to be legal in Canada. So you cannot legally buy Soylent in Canada. If you go to their website in Canada, it's just a big old sign this petition to allow Soylent. I mean, Soylent is a brand of meal replacements. An American brand of meal replacements, specifically. That trendy jam place that turned out to have like an inch of mold growing all over their kitchen? No? No, I did not. I don't eat jam, though. I've never really liked jam. I'd rather just eat fruit with toast. Which one? Yeah, that's the real question. Which one? You know, I'm not vegetarian. I'm not vegan. I've got no problems with people who eat meat, but I do have a problem with people who eat cheap. It's like, it's not a huge price to pay for personal health. In fact, in a lot of cases, it ends up being cheaper if you do it right. It's not hard to cook basic meals. You know, like we were talking about with Animal earlier when he's just like, eating ramen. I've become a college student. And it's like, well, it's not, you don't have to do a lot. And you'll be a lot healthier and feel a lot better. And I don't know. With a name like Smuckers. So isn't Smuckers just like 80% sugar? I've actually eaten Smucker's jam before, like hotels and shit. Because it's like, they give you dry toast and this shit jam to put on it. I'm like, well, I don't really like peanut butter, so I guess I'm using this crap jam. Better than brown bread that barely counts as bread because it's so processed with nothing on it. I mean, hold on. Smucker's jam ingredients. Strawberries is the first ingredient. High fructose corn syrup, sugar, fruit, pectin, and citric acid. So, strawberries, sugar, strawberry gunk. It's like artificial sugar, another artificial sugar. Explains a lot. Oops, that's not what I wanted. But yes, close enough. This is going to be such a badass fort when it's done. I'm telling you. Yeah, I mean, the way you make jam at home is just, it's how you preserve berries. It's berries, sugar. Yeah, no, you are correct. But, like, there's a very big difference between, like, proper sugar and corn syrup, right? Which is kind of the, like, I used to like jam when I was younger. And then as a small child, I watched my mom make jam once. And I haven't really liked jam since. Like, there's something about just, like, this image of, like, well, you might as well just put sugar on your toast. Like, I don't know. I love berries and I love fruits. But I love berries and fruits because I love the texture of berries and fruits. I mean, not at all costs, but you shouldn't go out of your way to eat it. And you should try and not eat it if possible. I don't know if the jam necessarily needs to be local, but it doesn't really matter where it's made as long as it's made properly. Yeah, sure. I mean, but like, again, everything in moderation, right? Everything in moderation. Like, it's okay to eat ice cream, just don't eat it all the damn time. It's okay to have, like, a chocolate bar, just don't eat them all the goddamn time, right? It's okay to have crappy cereal, just don't eat it every day. Narvicious and Psychon, hello, hello. How are we both doing? We're getting a little bit of frame rate lag because we're digging again. I cannot wait until we get to the bottom. Because we are down to layer 6. This will be 7. And that's where the nice starts. Apparently. Just gonna check something real quick. Yeah, we're fine. Just throw in sonar, nothing major. Kinda cheaty, but how are things for me today? Today is okay. Today is pretty good. Well, it's not that I don't have a... It's not that I have a great outlook on life. I think I just grew up faster than a lot of people my age. In fact, I have a very pessimistic outlook on life. But, beer is great. Drink beer at all times. I used to say that. And then this year happened. I still love beer. Drink beer. It's great. But, the depressants in alcohol have a lot more effect on me than it used to. I think it's just because I'm not as mentally stable these days anyway. There you go, Astro. You're climbing trees, and I wonder what you're gathering out of those trees. Like, what kind of trees are you climbing? You're currently in an apricot tree. You got pecan, plum, walnut, almond. Much love. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's just like to give you an idea, the last time I hung out with somebody that wasn't my parents, because I see my parents relatively frequently. I see my parents once a week-ish. I haven't seen somebody besides my parents, with the exception of a nurse, since... Or actually, like, spoken with somebody. Since July 11th. It's like 2 months ago. I don't really have that happen anymore. Not since the most recent version. Screw it. And when I do, it's generally really easy to solve and only takes a couple of minutes to chop the tree down, so. And also, most of the time when they get stuck up in trees now, it doesn't actually rip your frame rate. I mean, it does sometimes, and I've seen it do that, but it's pretty rare. There's a Wolverine running around in the fort again. It's worth it for the fruits you get out of the trees. Axon, how we doing mentally? Axon is no longer depressed, which is good. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I'm that guy who will go to the coffee shop just to talk to the people there. I'm the person who will go to a pub and sit at the bar just to talk to random old people. I mean, we put you in a new job, so that's kind of like real life. I had really bad depression, and then I quit my job and did this full time, and I was great for a couple of years, and my ex left me. And now I'm back to depression. I have 2 dwarves available. I have Aiden, miner, and Bembul, who I think's depressed. Yes, but is a cook. Is Aiden depressed? Aiden's satisfied. So what do you want? Do you want to cook? Or do you want a depressed... Or do you want a depressed cook or a miner? Miner? And then after that, it's all children. He feels satisfied at work within the first... and he feels satisfied upon improving mining. Finished up some work, and that was very satisfying. He's romantically involved with Axon. What would you look at that? Our chief medical dwarf. He has the appearance of somebody that is 85 years old and one of the first of his kind. His sideburns are clean-shaven and his long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids and his hair is clean-shaven. His cobalt eyes are close set and his ears have small lobes. His sandy-topped skin is wrinkled and his hair is ecru with touches of gray. You said rock. I see joke, Astro. No, I mean, like, and that's one of the things that keeps me going. Genuinely. It's like... Oh, who was even talking about this? I got something I gotta vent about in a second. Personally, he believes tranquility and quiet, or he personally values tranquility and quiet. He has a deep dislike of the natural world, probably why he's satisfied upon mining in a way. Finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. Finds maintaining decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time. Finds introspection to be a waste of time, and thinks it's important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Is almost never discouraged after being caught in a snowstorm, and it is always tense and jittery after a turnaround after being caught in a snowstorm in 2013. Does not go out of his way to help others, and is slow to trust others. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He can sometimes act without determination, and he is very humble. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He occasionally overindulges, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. And he lowers his eyes when he's nervous, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He holds his breath when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He is untroubled by unmet needs and not distracted after being away from people. But there's a YouTuber who I watch. Well, he's not really a YouTuber. He's a performer, musician, named Beardy Man. And he's a professional beatboxer, and he's been a professional beatboxer since the early 2000s. So he'll go on tour and do big venues, and he performs with a big looping device. I don't know. Twitch is broken today, G-Panta. Twitch is broken. That's all I could say. Kindred souls. Yeah, right? Just like me. Anyway, he did a stream about 2 months ago. And he does these weekly streams, which are roughly an hour of him just taking song requests and practicing on YouTube. And he beatboxes. I don't ever watch them live. I always watch the VODs. I've never actually caught him live. But he beatboxes. He takes genre requests, song requests, and he's great. It is a conspiracy. They don't want me to take a day off. And someone sent him a super chat, which is YouTube's equivalent of cheering. Sent him $5 and basically said, hey, thanks, you helped me with my depression. And then he just went off on this spat about being inspired by creatives and how creatives are often the most broken people. Because, and I feel this, we can't comprehend what we're actually doing for people. And started to list off people like a vocalist of Linkin Park, Robin Williams, and other people that inspired him that are no longer there. Vocalist of Soundgarden, who I can't remember the name of off the top of my head. I'm terrible with names. I apologize. And so many, like, and then for me, just as a streamer, people like wreckful. So many creatives and people that inspired me as a child and now as an adult taking their own lives. And I look at that and I go, man, I fucking feel that. Because we can't comprehend what we do for other people. In so many industries, you get a direct contact with the people that you affect, or it's we need to pay you to make a thing, make this thing, and then we buy this thing, and that's the end of it. But as a creative, you feel this pressure that you put on yourself because you have this audience of people that kind of depend on you for a thing, be that entertainment, be that art, be that music. And if you yourself don't feel okay, it's really, really, really difficult to fix that. Even more so than if you could just like work in a warehouse and just shut off in your own world and go off and do your own thing. Like when I worked in cleaning and I was having a bad day, it was great. It was easy because all I had to do when I was having a crappy day, like if I was feeling down or something, I'd put my earbuds in early and just ignore my coworkers. And it wasn't a problem. People would just leave me alone. I could just do my cleaning and go home. But when you're entertaining, you have this, and it's given to you by other people, and this has become more noticeable in recent years with all of the mental health advocacy that's going on, which is I don't get that immediate feedback. I don't have the ability to shut down and ignore other people. I have to be on, and I have to be entertaining, or my career goes away. And there's very few jobs and styles of jobs where that's a thing. You know, if you're a comic, if you're a comedian, you have to be funny, you have to be entertaining, you have to be on, and you have to do that all the time. That's a fuckload of pressure. If you're a musician, you have to be entertaining, write good music, be creative, take a lot of criticism, and go on tour, perform, and create what your audience wants. As a streamer, you have to moderate chat, deal with trolls, deal with harassment, dealing with people wanting your job, deal with competition, deal with people that just want to use you and don't actually want to help in any way. And at the same time be on and hide that. Oh, no, totally. It's similar for cashiers and people who work in customer service, but it's a different kind of thing, right? Because as a cashier, your job tells you that you need to be cheerful, right? But if a cashier isn't necessarily cheerful, your career doesn't go away. You might get a scolding from your boss, but really, you can be your career is not going to vanish, essentially. Yeah, exactly. Like and so when people tell me that I have a great outlook on life, I think I just have a different perspective on life than a lot of people. I mean, anybody who works in any kind of creative field might, to an extent, know what I'm talking about. Like if you work in design, where you have to be creative on demand, sure. But now imagine doing that also with an audience. Like I don't even want to imagine what it would be like to be Krug Smash in a period when he's having a creative drought, you know? I don't even want to think about that. Sure. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily call myself an educator, but I am an entertainer and I have to be creative about it. Like, some people try and call me an artist, and I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but I will just be silent on that one. I don't really have an option when considering those things. Like, I have to. I have a very different perspective on life than a lot of people. You know, it's just like when I see people voting, like, politically, when I see people voting for right-wing policies and things like lowering taxes and taking away funding from public health and in exchange for them to make more money. And I look at that and I go, that's literally the thing that's allowing me to continue living. So if you want to remove that, cool. Just so that you can buy more toys. Neat. I think you just started watching my stream at a point when I'd grown up a bit, because I was a very bitter and angry person for a very long time. Now I'm just a depressed person. Fuck, we missed a block. Sorry. Which is right there. I was all bitter and angry for years. You respect the hell out of me? Glad somebody does. But one thing, like, as a streamer is it's almost impossible to comprehend the number of people that get stuff out of the day-to-day of my streams. Just like this realization I had a couple of months ago because of people like you, Astro. The fact that I subscribe to Giant Bomb Premium. Not even because I watch all of their stuff. I don't have time to. They put out hours of content every week. They're a great website. They do a lot of really good games, journalism, and reporting. Events coverage and podcasts, and they do a lot of live streaming and a lot of archival stuff, and they run one of the biggest Wikipedias or wikis in the world for video games. In fact, they're where Twitch gets their database for video games. So if a game is in their wiki, it's on Twitch. So Giant Bomb got me through literally years of Night Shift because of all of their podcasts. Literally years. And I've had the opportunity to meet them, some of the members of those podcasts, and thank them for that. It freaks me out that I'm that person for other people. Freaks me out. Like, if it wasn't for those guys, I probably wouldn't be here. Because, like, they were the only thing that got me through months, if not years, of Night Shift. On for their level of income. Or they're voting for specific policies because they want one thing, but they're also getting a lot of other things alongside of them. You know how we were talking earlier that people think they're going to be rich one day, and that's one of the biggest problems with society. Once everybody accepts the fact that none of them will ever be rich, we'll all be in a much better place. Like, imagine if all of society just suddenly started living within their means instead of living to produce an image of wealth. It's this freaky concept of, oh, like, what if everybody in society stopped buying a new phone every year? And I'll want these tax breaks. Or they're voting to have something else. That isn't necessarily the tax breaks. But that comes with the tax breaks. I mean, everything's a little bit more nuanced than that. I'm just kind of babbling. $2.75 years with your current phone, which is a record for you. Longest phone I ever had was 4 years, and it was the one I had before this one. The screen stopped working completely. So in order to transfer my data from the other phone, I had to virtually transfer all of the memory from that phone into a BlueStacks emulator on my PC and transfer it onto this phone to keep all my contacts and shit. It was like 4 years I had that stupid phone. It was one of the OG Google Nexus phones. you're very much correct. You are very much correct, Gate Nerd. Mine's just a podcast device. Oh, and a camera. It's primarily a camera. Autumn has come. It's crafting season. Should have actually started this earlier. Crap. Also, sorry about all the politics talk. This shit's just at the front of my brain right now. Because people are being stupid in Canada and gonna make Canada fun for a few years, I think. Also, to be clear, when I talk about politics, I'm talking about Canadian politics. I know a lot of people just assume I'm talking about, you know, Trump and the U.S. and all that shit, but I'm not. I'm referring to my own country. I don't fucking care what you guys are doing. Just please lower import fees so I can buy records from you guys. Thanks. New Zealand? Canada's okay. We've just had a few stupid scandals recently, which is just annoying. Distracting from what's important. The fuck are they doing? Which is a whole can of worms, Stone. Whole can of worms. Anyway, thank you for the compliment on my outlook on life. Dwarves have arrived and are ready to trade. Everything's shit. Everything is shit is my new metal album. Go out of the blue. Is channel points thing off? It's not off. Twitch is just borked. Maybe try refreshing the stream. It works for some people. It stopped working when a bunch of servers went down and actually booted me offline. Like, if you type an exclamation point uptime, add an hour to that, because I've been streaming an hour longer than that. But Twitch booted me offline earlier. Wait, what's your favorite Men in Black quote? I haven't seen Men in Black in like 15 years, maybe more. Yeah, it's a lot of trinkets. I mean, we got a lot of mudstone. I realize I'm missing some of them. It's fine. Whoa. From the gift shop, yeah, basically. Including, like, figurines of every single one of us and the kobolds we've killed. My name is Mistum. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. It's good to see you this year, Tapioc. Let's discuss your situation. I come empowered, once again, to establish you as the official land of our realm. Do you have any recommendations? Blah, blah, blah. No. Once we're done digging the pit. Tapioc, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. A person is smart, people are dumb. Panicky dangerous animals, and you know it. Wait, what? I need to rewatch that movie. I like Will Smith a whole lot. Are these all cluttered? It's actually kind of impressive that they're not cluttered. Wow. We'll see you later, Padinsky. Cheers. Thanks for hanging out for your workday once again. I think putting the covering on the trading post is helping against the buzzards because they're still showing up. They're still showing up, but they're not harassing me this time, which is good. I'm curious, has anybody here played Iron Harvest, by the way? Because that game dropped. Seems to have mostly positive reviews, which is pretty good, I guess. Also, we have another one. The Hillocks of Channel Dens has been founded half a day's travel to the east and looks to your thriving economy for its future prosperity. Good stuff. Humans haven't expanded much. Dwarves haven't expanded. Goblins are still kind of sitting where they're at. Darkwood soundtrack is like. It's kind of ominous tones. Yeah, figured. For winter. Looking for good soundtracks to have in the background. I don't know. At the end of the day, I'm just impressed that my stream still exists. Like that's the thing that never stops surprising me. Is the fact that not only am I still here and able to do this full time, but the fact that people are still funding me to do this. And I think that that will never not be surprising to me. That will always be weirdly impressive and surprising and weird. And I don't think that'll ever stop being surprising. They did not bring much this time. I think we'll buy all of these vegetables because it's stuff that I don't have normally, like these garlic bulbs and onions, and buy all this thread and stuff. We can just spin it into cloth. Because frankly, like, you know, if it wasn't for the people who supported this stream, I just wouldn't be here in the first place. I'm amazed I made it through that summer. The summer of 2019, which was when I was really trying to move this stream over to primarily Dwarf Fortress. Didn't think I'd make it. Genuinely didn't. And I'm still shocked I did. Like, I was very convinced for about 3 months there that that was going to be the last 3 months I streamed. Granted, I think a lot of that was partially because I had people DMing me telling me to stop. I actually straight up had someone who I no longer associate with DM me and say, hey, dude, you better stop streaming only Dwarf Fortress because, or mostly Dwarf Fortress because you're going to have 0 viewers in a couple months. Really showed him. I'm still here. I've lost a lot of respect for a lot of people the past couple of months. Kind of blows. Keeping friends is nice. Losing friends sucks in any context. God damn, we really are just a dwarven gift shop. Holy shit. Let's see if I can just gift all of these. Like yesterday, there was somebody who popped in and... You headed to bed, Bamboozer? Yesterday, there was somebody who popped in who hasn't watched me in like 4 years. And literally the only reason they popped in was because they were looking at their Reddit account and noticed that they commented on something that I posted in 2016 and was wondering, I wonder if he's still there. Oh shit, Vin. You are cave adapted. How the fuck did that happen? Give you stone crafting. Can help work on the gift shops in the springtime. Trying to just get these dwarves to take all this shit. Oh wow, we're almost through most of them. Well, some of them. Some of them. We're through the 3 on top. So once we're done digging to the bottom of this pit, chat, what year do you guys think we'll be at when there's no garbage left down here? What year do you think it's going to be? Because currently we're on, what, year 18? I need to look. But we're still pretty early on into this run. There will always be garbage? Yes, but not here. By garbage, I mean specifically all this mudstone. Spending 1,000 years in this fortress, you don't think there will ever be a point where we have worked our way through all of the stone down here? You don't think that? Depends on whether or not you dump it all. I mean, I'm not going to dump it all. I'm going to cut the gems and cut them down. I'm going to turn all of those boulders into crafts. Year 86 or year 18. So you think before year 100? Okay. I am just kind of curious about when you guys think it'll be done. Ooh. And take you off of hauling. Of terracotta warriors? Isn't that just statues? Statues of warriors? The king's just gonna have like piles of mudstone crafts showing up from his throne and just be like, what the hell's wrong with you? In the burial chamber? You mean the burial chambers? The great Padinsky's been taken by a fey mood. Claims a metalsmith's forge. Oh, it's a pity he just tuned out too. Iron? Wood. Cloth. And begins a mysterious construction. Cave spider silk. Willow, almond, and maple logs, and and an iron bar. Okay, just one iron bar. The other one was coal. Ooh. I mean, once we can visit places again and go outside, Gate Nerd, but yeah, that might actually not be a bad idea. Is just start making shiz tons of statues out of mudstone and just fill that whole area up with mudstone statues. Or wouldn't that be in, like, royalty burial chamber? Primarily? Or specifically, rather? There they go. Bye, dwarves. Thank you for your wares. Surround their coffins and serve them in the afterlife. The Great Pedinsky, the militia captain, has created Bem Tethtat, an iron crown, and claims it as a family heirloom. You know, he's creating a great work of art. He's often inflamed by hatred and develops hatred towards things. 95. What do you like? Pudding stone, golden barrel, feather wood, leopard leather, and 6-sided prisms and windows. Ugh. I kind of want to make that dwarf a baron. Kind of. Uh-oh. Someone is... Lumpista crawling around, melancholic. Oh, no. Where is that iron crown at? There it is. Bem Tethtat. The Flutes of Plunging. It is worth 28,800. This is an iron crown. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It's encrusted, or it is decorated with willow and encircled with bands of cave spider silk. This object menaces with spikes of maple. On the item is an image of dwarves in iron. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time in the ignited creation in the early spring of year 5. On the item is an image of a hagfish in almond wood. The Flutes of Plunging. Well, this one time at band camp, I say that I have good taste in media, but it's actually just a fucking lie. One time at band camp, I ate a hagfish. What the fuck is a hagfish? Hagfish. What the fuck is that? It's like a penis fish. What the actual... Huh. Okay. So it's a real-life sea monster. Got it. Nature Grand? Sure. we sure. Right, Matt? What they excrete? I'm not gonna stream that, but I'm gonna look it up. Woo, I won 120 coins from bet and baseball. Hold on. Gotta bet on my team. and that team. And that team. Okay, that's enough of that. What do they excrete? I guess I need to look this up now, yeah? Okay. So they shit up maggots. Got it. I'm kind of exaggerating the facial expressions, but yeah, those are strange. A convoluted combo deck online while drunk? In what game? I'm assuming Magic the Gathering. Slime glue stuff? Okay, I didn't see the slime goo stuff, but I saw what their offspring look like. Which is unpleasant. They're actually an amazing example of evolution. They're unchanged for like millions of years because what they do, because they do it so well. But being spooky looking? You know, it's stuff like that. I think I've seen pictures of those creatures before, but like it's stuff like that where I say that the aliens are already here. We just haven't found them yet. There's aliens. They're just underwater. Also, look at that. We've dug into good stone. We've hit nice. Which just means I need to specifically make mudstone crafts. But now he has flax, which is nice. But yeah, no, I believe that those hagfish are amazing creatures, but they a little spooky looking. I wouldn't quite say they're a creature of my nightmares, but they're certainly strange. Because Google seems to insist that they're a deep sea creature from my nightmares, and I wouldn't quite say they're from my nightmares, but they're weird looking. Like, it's one of those things where I feel like Tarn probably put it in Dwarf Fortress just because they looked strange. But then again, I find Loris genuinely creepy, and Tarn loves those things, so I don't know. Yeah, right? They're like worms that live inside of dead animals mostly. Yeah, they look like that. I mean, in reality, we need creatures like that, you know? They're recyclers. It's just like we need fungus. Like, there's a lot of people who think that fungus and mushrooms are disgusting, but it's like, because they add mold. Like, a lot of people think that that stuff is disgusting because, like, it lives on dead things. It's like, well, if we didn't have it, there'd be a lot more dead things around, you know? They just decompose and remove problems and corpses and stuff, rotting things. And it's like, well, if we didn't have that stuff to quickly dispose of it, like, who would take out the Earth's garbage, you know? So, I don't know. A lot of people are just, like, naturally averted to that stuff. I think that stuff's kind of cool, actually. Same like vultures. Vultures are cool creatures. Like, they're nature's garbage men. It's like, yes, they're spooky because they eat dead things, but... is a natural ally of the mafia. Why do they feed their, do they feed corpses to them? So that's actually a thing that's kind of rad. It's like piranhas. Sure, but not rotten, decomposing dead things, right? Although, I guess technically vegetables are dead things because they were alive and then we ate them. We have another beb. Axon, the chief medical dwarf, has given birth to a girl. Bob. Does anybody want to be the new baby girl? Who's the daughter of Axon and Lump? How's Axon doing? He feels adoration after giving birth to a girl and becoming a parent. We'll go with Cheers Jamie, because I saw that one first. Dama Da. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. She is a member of the eternal creation and doesn't seem to be worshipping a deity. She personally finds the acquisition of power abhorrent, would have all masters toppled, and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and dreams of creating a great work of art. She takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and lives at a slow-going, leisurely pace, and presents herself modestly, frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and could be considered rude. She only rarely feels discouraged, and she thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. No, this is Lump and Axon, who had this daughter, Psychon. So, uh-oh. She takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance. Where was I going from here? She tries to do things correctly each time, and she finds obligations confining. She's conflicted by this for more than one reason. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she can handle stress. She begins to talk in a hushed whisper when she's angry. She chews her cheek when she's bored. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Gate nerd! Thanks for pushing buttons and subscribing to the channel. Cheers. Enjoy those stupid skulls and dwarves and stuff. I think subscriptions are on sale if you've never subbed before. Just saying, I guess. But thank you. Actually, I know they're on sale if you've never subbed before. And the more you sub, the more you save. Something capitalism. What the fuck? I screwed up. But yeah, enjoy the Dwarf emotes. They pretty good. Maybe influenced by their parents' beliefs? Oh, for the children? Yeah, sure. Except it's really funny because one of the children that we have, I think it's Morden. She's in a constant state of eternal rage, is a pessimist, and she is sloppy with her living space. It can sometimes act without deliberation, and she doesn't try to get things done perfectly, right? Versus her brother. He is gripped by crippling shyness and can be very happy and optimistic. So, I don't know about that. Took to Grandpa, I guess. looks random. It's definitely influenced by their parents. But there is like I think a lot of randomness to it. It's just kind of funny with those. I know that the gods that they tend to worship are often very much the gods that their parents worshipped. By whatever trauma is happening in the fort. Yeah, but that dwarf was born in a constant state of eternal rage, which I think is hilarious. Currently, though, like, the most trauma we have is just like, oh no, I got rained on. It is unpleasant. Which is pretty good. Generally, I would say. Let's see what kind of stone we have up here, actually. I'm kind of curious. Make her the militia commander. I mean, you want to see a good military dwarf? I'll show you a good military dwarf. Although he's not actually a military dwarf. He's better. He's our sheriff. We may have watched it on YouTube already. I don't know. But, where do you go? Squag. Squag, our sheriff. He is assertive to the point of aggression and won't let others get a word in edgewise. He has something to when he has something to say. He is a nervous wreck, and he just due to being caught in the rain, of course, and he despairs at anything positive happening in the future, and he lives without feelings of hope. He enjoys being in crowds, and he is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He is dour as a rule and conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is confident under pressure, and he is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and he's currently more shameless. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and wishes that this was not the case, as he considers altruism foolish. He is very curious and sometimes to his detriment. He is very slow to anger and doesn't focus on material goods. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he is trusting and has an active sense of humor. He often acts with compassion, and he often feels discouraged. He is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors, and literally runs around beating the shit out of my dwarves for a living, and loves it. Sounds like a sociopath. Probably loves his son. No fighting in the world. I mean, maybe. So down here, we still are getting lots of mudstone. But up top, we're not, which is nice. Hello, Eripterus. You've had some more kids. You're currently weaving yarn into cloth, and you now have 3 children. That's what's happening at this point. So you're running around carrying baby number 3, who's cooler, by the way. What's the big hole for? It's a big hole. We're going to put our fort at the bottom of it. You know how many dwarves would like to see the world converted into a great mining pit? Well, I figured I would convert the world into a great mining pit. So we are making a great mining pit. It's dwarfy, you know? It's the things that dwarves do. You're the incubator? Kind of. Also, it's time to eat pork. Oh, also we have a unicorn. Just worth mentioning. A great mining pit. I mean, that's kind of what this is. It's going to be a great mining pit. Doesn't entirely follow the laws of physics, but... Oh yeah, no, we have a tame unicorn. We bought it off the elves. They brought it in a cage, and it lives right here. I would like to buy another one so that we can make baby unicorns and then give everybody unicorn leather shoes. Can a dwarf ride a unicorn? In adventure mode, yes. In fortress mode, no. Hopefully at one point in fortress mode. With the horn? Ooh, that would be kind of cool, actually. Now that I think about it. I guess I didn't think about that. I mean, I know that you can make unicorn horn crafts, which could be really cool. Why do I have 3 different Blaseball screens open? What's wrong with me? I have 3 different minimized tabs all open to the Blaseball homepage. I don't have a problem. You have a problem, chat. What, unicorns are the national animal of Scotland? What? Okay. There's a unicorn in chains. So the national animal of Scotland is a bondage unicorn? Just so that we're clear here. Because it's not a real animal? They make good booze. You have a point there. One of the only import beers I drink relatively regularly is a Scottish beer. The Horn Special? I mean, you can make crafts out of it in Dwarf Fortress. That's about it. In case what you can do with the horn. I'm sure Bad Dragon would gladly sell you one of those. Who has a dragon as their national animal? What? Sorry, I'm used to Canada and all of our practical national anthems. Wales? Europe, I don't know what drugs you guys are doing, but can I have some? Maybe it's the alcohol. I don't know. Come to Europe? I'd love to. Deep Anta. I would love to. Winter is upon us. We're in the year 18. I can't wait for year 25. We have to do something special for year 25. Although when we hit year 35, this will be the oldest fort I've ever done. Was Trudeau's head on a unicorn body? I mean, you spelled Trudeau wrong. No, clearly it's a beaver eating maple syrup. Come on. What's the total hours on this fort? I don't know. I don't keep track of that shit. You'd have to go to YouTube and just look. Hey, Suey. How's things? How was the stream yesterday? Were you able to sort out the biting problem? Or the biter's problem? A Ripterus has popped out another babe. So now you're carrying two. Cooler and now Ethel. Who is, Suey. There you go. Welcome to the fort, Suey. Suey, let's read a little bit about you. I don't think I've ever named you after a dwarf before. I've named Kiri and FG. I gave FG a bunch of pet otters once in a fort. That was fun. She is the daughter of a Ripterus and Zapdos. No, she doesn't get lightning powers. You just got a bunch of turrets. I'm glad that it worked. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her somewhat short ears are flattened and her eyebrows are short. Her medium-length hair is neatly combed, and her somewhat narrow hair is a crew. Her skin is sandy taupe, and her eyes are cobalt. She is quite quick to heal and strong, but very quick to tire. She likes selenite, electrum, bandfire opal, strangler tooth, and helmet snake bone. The color yellow, shields and backpacks and scepters and guinea fowls for their special nature, and the sight of the aquamarine quintessence. And when possible, she prefers to consume bluefin tuna, cave fish, lychee wine, and absolutely hates snails. She personally sees competition as wasteful and silly, values romance, and doesn't care about art one way or another. Dreams of raising a family. She drops all activity at the slightest hint of difficulty or even the suggestion of effort being required. Oh, good lord. And she is not readily moved by art or natural beauty. She almost never feels discouraged, and she is brave in the face of imminent danger. She doesn't focus on material goods, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She is quite polite, and she is grateful when others help her out. She tries to return favors, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is she occasionally overindulges, and she often touches others during conversations when she's nervous. An oddly specific thing. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Welcome to the fort, Suey. So, shout outs to, the proud mommy, Ripterus, who's not carrying one, but two babies, and a mining pick. And apparently is wearing a ring, an earring, a crown, has another ring. So 2 rings, a crown, and a bracelet. 2 earrings, a crown, and 2 bracelets. Yes, and you have your pick. And 2 babies. Could you imagine being the kid that has to sit on mom's head on the crown? Mommy must have a greedy streak, I think. So, just to be clear, Suey, your dwarf's mental state can change as your dwarf gets older. For those of you who don't know, Suey is one of my stream team members. Go follow her. She was playing Factorio yesterday. I don't know what she's doing today. Think more Factorio? Also, frame rate suddenly went bye-bye. Yeah, it's coming back. It's probably because mining. The pathing when mining is ridiculous. So, yeah, it's already back. I mean, dwarves are born with braided beards, long hair, and the first thing you do is you pump beer into them. So they don't die of thirst, obviously. How's that been going? The kind of push into the more variety of things. Yeah, after you catch them. Before they jump off of the nearest ledge, right? So how long until a dwarf falls off of this and goes splat? Do you suppose? One of my military dwarves did fall off of it, but didn't go splat. You got super burnt out on Rimworld. How's the audience liking it? Are they aight with it? Just like dump Rimworld entirely and just play Dwarf Fortress. We'll be fine. You hear that? The choir? That's the sound of Dwarf Fortress calling you. That choir. Actually, it's the sound of the Neverwinter Nights soundtrack, which is good and giving me all sorts of nostalgia. So they got used to variety. That's good. It's still just genre variety. It's not like you're suddenly playing only point-and-click adventures. And MMOs. Like, you're still playing similar genres to what you did before, so it's not too different. You bought Neverwinter when on sale? The OG Neverwinter Nights are wonderful games. Like, I'm not a huge RPG guy, but those are RPGs that I have a lot of nostalgia for. I remember installing Neverwinter at a friend of mine's house, because I never owned it, but I did play a good amount of it at a friend's house. Remember installing it at my friend's house, and it was like, we had like the complete edition with all of the expansion packs a couple years after it came out. We got it used, and it had like 14 discs. It was just like this booklet that just kept going. With so many CDs, because this was like before Blu-ray, right? And the game was like 5 gigs. It was huge. Took up like a third of my friend's hard drive. I just wish that Twitch would do a 50% off all subs, not necessarily new subs again. It would just be nice. You know? Throw a bone in for the people who have been subscribed to channels for a really long time. Like, just give everybody 50% off for 1 month. Wouldn't that be cool? I don't think they'll ever do that because it would cost them way too much money. But, man, that would be neat. Like, it's always trying to get new subs. I don't know. Suey, how do you feel about September? I'm curious. Because I was kind of complaining about it earlier. I think it's kind of silly this year. Like, frankly, it's like, I understand the whole subscribe for the first month, 50% off. That's cool. I'm totally fine with that. But the fact that it's like, oh, you save more if you subscribe for longer, it's like, well, if you could afford to subscribe for more than 1 month already, you're already subscribed to this stream. It's like such a niche case scenario. It's like, okay, so you find a new stream for the first time that you've never wanted to sub to before. And you're going to go subscribe for 6 months. What if that stream doesn't exist in 6 months? It's like such a niche use case scenario that's going to get so little use. Like, Twitch has had the ability for a while now to gift multiple months worth of a subscription, right? I don't think I've seen a single person do that. And I know there are some people who pay for their subscriptions like 6 months at a time, but that's after they've been subscribed for a while. They'll like drop it and then re-up it at 6 months at a time just so that they know that, okay, I don't need to worry about paying for this for a while. But that's like after you've watched a stream for a while. Like, I don't think I will ever subscribe to a stream for 6 months the first time I sub. I'll like drop it and like months in. If I know I want to keep it up, I'll drop it and then re-up it for 6 months. It just bothers me. Still waiting for your girlfriend to purchase the original Divinity 10 and play through with her? Just buy it for her. You had someone gift 3 months once? That's what you just did? For 6 months, Skate Nerd? Because damn. I don't know. It's just, it bothers me. It's just Twitch has had so many better deals in the past. It bothers me. Way too considerate for for the average Twitch sub. What do you mean? Fair enough. So I guess then you would be the niche case that I'm referring to, right? It's like I've been around for ages, and I ain't going anywhere. Oh no! That sucks, Phantom. Well, we're almost entirely into the nicer rock now. How many year are we in? Early winter? Beginning of summer is crafting season. Look at all that snow. Also, Sui, I'm not gonna do Dwarf Fortress as the game I'm gonna make you play for the 50,000 channel points. Just because Dwarf Fortress is way too slow of a burn game for 2 hours. You need like at least 10 to kind of give it a chance. Kangaroos are fighting. Did I? Wait, what? Oh, that's what that K was. There's a panicked kangaroo down at the bottom of my hole. Look at that. You only learned about DF a couple months ago? Gotcha. I mean, like, I don't get a ton of followers, and it's not because there aren't a ton of people that watch my stream. I just have a very different kind of turnover than most channels, right? Like, a lot of channels have quite a lot of turnover, especially the bigger channels, right? A lot of bigger channels have quite a lot of turnover, so they'll have a lot of people that'll watch them for a little bit, and then watch somebody else for a little bit, and then watch somebody else, and then come back, right? In the case of my channel, it's kind of the same people here every day. With a couple newbies and a few people that kind of sporadically come in and out. But generally, it's like the same crew of people every day. So for me, it's like very kind of a... It's not... Stuff like September isn't as useful. I don't know. I always go back to the very first September Twitch I ever did, which was... Subscribe to any channel, doesn't matter if it's the first, or resubscribe. So it's either subscribe for the first time or resubscribe or increase to a higher tier and just get 50% off everything. And in my opinion, that was so much better. But play them first because you'll never play anything else ever again. I mean, I don't know. You might actually get bored of DF. Silly. DF is very much a sandbox, so... I mean, something plunging flute king. This game's literally a narrative generator. Yet you're playing... You're not into sandbox games, but you're playing Factorio. What? You try to build a ship? I mean, in Dwarf Fortress, that's not a challenge. Not really. Jump in, don't wiki it, just generate some epic stories. Yeah, I don't know. Shoutouts to this kangaroo who got back here somewhere. You mean open world survival crafting snorefests, Archie? I mean, she plays a bunch of RimWorld, or played a bunch of RimWorld, now plays less RimWorld. Might go back to playing a bunch of RimWorld. I don't know. We'll see. There you go. I think that the Steam version, especially with achievements, is going to help Dwarf Fortress have goals for people. Because there are tons of goals you can have in Dwarf Fortress. The thing is, the game doesn't really push you towards them. You have to figure out that they're there and then go after them. Bambool would like to fight. Bambool, can you please join the bear fighters? This is not the only goal is to be creative. They will all come back. I don't know about all, Astra, but a lot will. A lot do. I just hope and pray that I don't just get creamed by big channels when this comes out on Steam. It's such a weird concern, but... You like in game until you play it for a while? Fair enough. It's a weird one. Dwarf Fortress is weird because it's completely unique to anything else in the world. It's not... I think creativity is the wrong word, though. Because Dwarf Fortress isn't an inherently creative game unless you make it that. Like, you can play it like a creative sandbox, but it's not really. Who knows what they're doing? Yeah, but I've been there and done that before. I don't know. Dwarf Fortress has that, Suey. Like that's the beauty of Dwarf Fortress, right? It's an economics programming game if you want it to be. It's a creative design sandbox if you want it to be. It's an intense mood management game and resource management game if you want it to be. It's a combat simulator with challenging military management and raiding of enemies. It's a tavern sim if you want it to be. It's an open world action RPG if you want it to be. It's a story generator that generates text that you read for years if you want it to be. That's why it's like when you say, is Dwarf Fortress focused on creativity? Well, yes, for me. But is it that for everybody? No. It's weird. It's hard to explain unless you've played it. Cool. The dwarf's happy. I made my chef join the wrestling team for a little bit. I like a game with a good loop, Magna. I can agree with that. You don't like Skyrim? I mean, Skyrim's just a bad game, so I can agree with you there. Bethesda fans be salty. Time to start smoothing. Last time I said Skyrim's a bad game, I had someone in my chat almost immediately respond with, "You shut your whore mouth!" It's like, can taste the salt. Your distaste for Skyrim? My distaste for Skyrim is crappy writing, poor quest design, annoying AI, dated quest design. I think I kind of already said that. Shitty UX, and at the time it looked pretty. Like, I played Skyrim and I had some fun with it, I'm not gonna lie, but it's not great. It's just a easily accessible, easy to get into, a light open world RPG action game with some kind of cool world design and lore that's really easy to mod. Todd wants to know your location. I mean, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Come get me, Todd! Although they gave Andrew WK work, so I guess I have to forgive him for that. Aw. That's kind of adorable, Astro. I mean, there's things I like about Skyrim. Like, I love Gaming Grandma, that YouTuber lady who... was a weird freeze. I'm getting a few pathing freezes, which is freaking me out here. But they tend to fix themselves pretty quickly. But that's going to happen for a little bit until I get the pit done. My older sister adored Skyrim, and I actually give Skyrim kind of some of the credit for my older sister meeting her husband. My older sister met her husband on World of Warcraft, and Skyrim was the first game my older sister got into. It was the first game where she didn't make fun of me for playing video games. Like, I have 120 hours in Skyrim on Steam, right? I actually have about 30. The rest is all my older sister. She finished the game twice and did different runs of it and loved it. To the point where, like, I would go outside for a run or something, and I'd pop in my older sister's room and tell her that she could play Skyrim for a couple hours while I went to go hang out with friends. I never finished the main storyline. I just went and became a vampire and ate people. That was what I did in Skyrim. It was, I played Skyrim, but I actually just wish I played Thief instead. Oh god, the buzzards are back. Fucking hell. Vengeful when joining an existing conflict. I wonder if they just fought with that, that buzzard, maybe. Dude, you have a following of people that check in and hang out. Don't let anyone put you down for what you do. You're very valid. Never found out how to be a werewolf. It was actually pretty easy to be a werewolf. I think you almost became a vampire. You become a vampire just by going into a specific dungeon. I'm sorry, what? I missed the through line on that, Astro. You didn't like the main quest at all, finished it. Generally, the side quests in Bethesda games are really more... You can get into the rhythm and play games. Yeah, because it's more sandboxy. You didn't even bucket glitch. Bucket glitch is pretty great. You filled your bedroom with buckets? I never even bought a house. Bucket glitch is when you put a bucket on a shopkeeper's head and then steal all the stuff in front of them. Your vampire run reminded you of a Hellsing Abridged quote. Bitch, I eat people. I actually liked the manga for Hellsing way back. God, just watching these little dwarves be dwarves. You can also hand a bucket and glide to the sky. You can use any physics object to get through walls. Belittling my work? When did I say people were belittling my work? Did I miss something? When did I belittle my work? I think I might have said something and not realized what I said, which happens sometimes. And carry it out of sight. Yeah, that too. I mean... Oh. I think I know what you're talking about now. So when I was younger, I was the nerd in the family. My older sister was a horses, sports-heavy, exercise, super fit, healthy person. My little sister was a violinist artist who loved reading and coloring, and I just wanted to sit in the basement and play video games all day. So when I was little, my sisters used to make fun of me. Like, they totally accept it now, but that was like 15 years ago. To be clear, that's what I'm talking about. So, like, my mom has like a 38-month-long subscription to my Twitch channel, for example. I don't think my dad fully gets it. He mostly gets it at this point. Like, I explained a lot of the economics of Twitch. I've explained a lot of the economics of Twitch to him over the past couple months when we've been hiking. Is my mom lurking? I wonder. Almost always is. Yeah, Blind IRL Mom. She's lurking in the chat. If you look at the user list, she's up there. And she has a mod command from Sergaz, apparently, which says, actually blinds mom, which I think is funny. 37 months. Here. My mother pays Twitch to pay me. Specifically, my mother gives me Twitch Prime because she has Amazon Prime. So she just has it, so she just clicks the button once a month. Sequisha sub. Nice. Lump is wandering around obliviously. R.A.P. Hair! The planter has been taken by a fey mood. We go plant an artifact seed. Claim to craft or shop. Wait. Lemonite. I found a niche and created my own thing. More like I neglected relationships with friends, families, partners, and worked like a madman for years, fell into depression, neglected myself, and eventually it turned into an all right paying job where I get to make a lot of people's day better. That's what I actually did. 2 Lemonite bars and iron. Must have rock! Okay, metal bars, gotcha, you got that. Raw green glass, that's probably what he wants. Bones, that's probably also what he wants. I think I have raw green glass. Lots of bones, holy shit. I just killed all my piggies, and you want me to kill more of them? Fine. Let's eat one of the peacocks. One of the sows. I do have a boar. So 2 sows. That should be good. I hope. I mean, to be clear, I have regrets, but I wouldn't trade this for anything. I think it's totally possible to be a person that has regrets, but at the same time, you wouldn't trade anything that you've worked for anything. And I think if I could do it again, I would have done it differently. But I still would have done it. My parents were super controlling about the internet when I was younger. Extremely controlling about the internet when I was younger. Spring has arrived. They have none is lying. Or they're just in ignorant bliss. So 2 pieces of iron, 2 pieces of bone, raw glass, and 2 pieces of lemonite. Any bets on what they make? It's a craft store shop. And I think that's what sets me apart from a lot of streamers. And that's something that I do actually really value about my work, is unlike a lot of people, I'm honest enough to say that. There's a lot of people on Twitch and in the public eye that won't say that. They won't admit it. They won't be like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, I have regrets. Oh yeah. I mean, if you don't have regrets, are you really human? Like let's be honest. All right, let's turn crafts on. Although, interesting. I've got 8,000 stone. Good lord. I guess I just need to make the order again. Until I was 14, and then your stepdad was on at a time. Huh. That's funny, but also kind of upsetting. Magna. 42, Astro. We figured this out already a long time ago. Which bots? Do you have verified emails turned on, Sui? Hair 007. The planter has created Bardum Getlut, a lemonite mug, and claims it has a family heirloom. It's worth 57,600. You don't know? Check if you have verified emails turned on, because I haven't had problems with bots in years. Ever since I turned that on, it just went away. This is a lemonite. I had to turn it on specifically because I was getting harassed by people making new accounts. It was at that point that I learned that people can activate channel points redemptions publicly in the chat without having a verified email, which is great when someone just makes 24 accounts with your username and very, very offensive racial slurs in the usernames, and then spams the lurker hello that's really cheap that you have, which sucks. Anyway, this is a lemonite mug. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of rectangular lemonite cabochons and blue peafowl bone. This object menaces with spikes of iron, green glass, and pig bone. On the item is an image of a maize roasted, the cooperative adulation, the mudstone crown in lemonite. On the item is an image of a birch in iron. Didn't know about that setting? That should help. I mean, you'll still get some. Like, I do occasionally get a bot, but it's very rare. And I do mean rare. It's going to go on a pedestal with the other artifacts. Down in the basement with our guard goose and wolf. We're going to eventually have so many artifacts, it's going to be impossible to find them. Yeah, no, I had a friend of mine who recently started streaming and then stopped all of a sudden. And he asked me if I was having problems with bots, and I was like, turn on, like, email confirmations and let me know if you're still having problems with bots. And yeah, didn't have a problem after that. Yeah, exactly. The only problem with that setting is my mom has never managed to make email verification work. I'm convinced it's just going to spam or something. She just hasn't been able to find the email. But it would be nice if my mom could say hello. But she can't talk in my chat because she can't figure out how to verify her email. What? Oh, an elven caravan has arrived just in an odd spot. Where the hell are they? Wait, did they arrive and just, like, immediately leave? I think they did. What? Yeah, generally the only people who don't verify their email are people who are making multiple accounts to get around ban evasion. Generally. Generally. I just wish that Twitch required you to verify your email to use channel points, because it made me get rid of my, or a certain person made me get rid of my lurker hello. Because I used to have a thing that was just 100 channel points, or I think it was cheaper. It was like 90. The cheapest I could make it, it was 90. I think now you can make them cost 1. And it literally just put a thing in chat and you could use it once a day and it just says hello. That's it. That's all it was. And this person would just make blind IRL hates N-word S, basically. And would just spam those. Like, cool. Would follow me because you'd get 400 channel points immediately or 300, I think, for following. And then would just spam it. It's like, oh, awesome. There's nothing I can do about this. Everybody can just see it broad as day. Great. Oh yeah, no, and I did have limits on it, but it doesn't matter. Just go make another account and do it again until I run out. Ruined a good thing. I mean, someone was, or my Discord server got raided the other day by kids posting super illegal photos on my Discord. That was fun. So, I don't know. I don't understand why I get too much hate, but... Sometimes I miss when people just sent me dick pics. It was much easier to deal with. Wait, hold on. You're making a mudstone figurines of bark scorpions? Hops, do you like bark scorpions? Why the fuck would you do that? Hops must like bark scorpions. There you are. Militia commander up top. She hates bark scorpions. Why are you making figurines of something you hate? Someone's playing flute outside. What's up, Jackie? I think it's a very small group of people from ages ago. Like, that's what I'm convinced of, Sui. It doesn't happen all that often, but it happens in fits and starts. And when it does, it's constant. Yeah, he hates them but can't look away, right? I mean, you haven't said anything to indicate that your English is bad. It's okay. I'm Canadian and speak English normally, and my English is bad, so. But, also, hey, Barons. Now, what it is I used to do something very specific on this channel. And anybody who's been around for a long time knows what I used to do. I used to run modded multiplayer servers for Roller Coaster Tycoon. There was a very specific group of people that every Monday would tune in and play. And most of them still watch me. A lot of them are still subscribers to this channel, still come by almost every day or every couple days, and are great people. But there was a few of them. When I started to stop running that shit, when I started to stop doing that after like 3.5 years of doing it, they got weird. And in fits and starts, I'll just get these walls of hate. And I'm almost completely certain it's one of 3 people or a combination of 3 people. It's one kid from Venezuela, and then 2 people from the States. I know the person from Venezuela pretty well, and I'm pretty certain he still comes after me sometimes. Dude leaked my phone number way back when, and then like came back into my chat to brag about it. Good times. Then I found his Facebook page and told his mother. That was even better. Because he didn't make hiding behind... His username was pretty unique, and it was kind of easy to find him. Yeah, Venezuela, right? You'd think, like, you'd have better things to do these days. But yeah, no, I sent her, like, screenshots and shit. And what was even better was he posted on his Facebook page the next day. But, no, long story short, like, I'm pretty sure it's one, if not a combination of those 3 people. Because, like, when you have somebody who's willing to do something like that, what's stopping them from 2 years later going, yeah, fuck it, let's do it again? And unfortunately, the way the internet works is if you have a target on yourself. No. Do you remember that kid that leaked my phone number years and years and years and years and years ago, Hobo? Do you remember that kid? Me and another person, a mutual person who we both knew, found that guy's Facebook page and told his mom. Yeah, way back when. Years ago. Years ago. Because he didn't make hiding behind his username was pretty easy to search. Anyway. Unfortunately, if you have a target on yourself for any kind of organized trolling, there are sites that exist, and you can search for them. One of the most commonly found ones is called 4chan, where you can target somebody. And you don't even have to directly do it yourself. You can quite literally just post a link and say, go hit this person. There are entire websites and forums dedicated to people that are vulnerable to trolling, aka people that have loud reactions or get emotional when you troll them. That get linked on forums that's like, hey, this person's funny when they get mad kind of deal. Go troll this person. Or this is a pretty girl. Go throw hate at her. Go call her ugly because she has this kind of, I don't know, poor self-esteem or whatever. There's lots of sites like those. And I know for a fact I'm on a few of them. So once you kind of have a target on yourself, it just kind of sticks. And it's really hard to get rid of it. And I've had that on me and my channel for... Not your personal army? A lot of people will. But by the time people are saying not your personal army and removing the thread, I'm so confused. There's no traitors here. But it's telling me that there's traitors here. I'm confused. Anyway, they will say not your personal army, but not before a dozen kids have already thrown penis emojis at the person. Cringe gamers, am I right? More just like children with anonymity, which is dangerous. But yeah, that's why I get targeted for so much hate, is because I already have that hate on me. And it's hard to shake it once you have it. Piss off the wrong person once, and you'll get that stuff thrown at you for years and years. So, I don't know. do I name my dwarves? Yeah, but they're all named except for this one, which you probably don't want because they're really depressed. Y'all let those people rise above it? Oh, I did years ago. Doesn't make it any less annoying when people flood my Discord with porn of underage children. So it's... Yeah, you can rise above that shit, but... Do you want him? Alrighty, you can have him. I don't know how long he's gonna live, but you can have him. Came down in stress a little bit. Was haggard before. Over the long term, she has been under a great deal of stress, but was blissful remembering dining in a good dining room. Name him Jackie. Got him. Way ahead of you. She has the appearance of somebody that is 81 years old, but is one of the first of her kind. Her nose bridge is incredibly concave, and her eyebrows are incredibly high. Her slightly protruding, close-set cobalt eyes have very large irises, and her straight hair is dry. Her very long hair is neatly combed, and she has a low voice, and her ears are broad. Her head is somewhat short, and her sandy taupe skin is slightly wrinkled, and her hair is ecru with a touch of gray. Just waiting for him to show up. Be safe. Do what you gotta do, man. Don't worry, I've beat you to all of that. I did that on the 11th, and it was great. I need to do that before fall hits and it gets cold outside. Or maybe do that once fall hits and it gets cold outside because there'll be less people outside. Anandar, what's up? It's good to see you. He'll be fine, Jackie. She often neglects her own well-being and has no interest in material goods, often acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her considerations. She never becomes angry and would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. Wait, hold on a second. Okay, so you happily punch people? Sure. She is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments, and has a very calm demeanor, and is generally quite confident of her own abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She has an active imagination, and rarely develops positive sentiments. Generally finds herself quite hopeful about the future and could be considered rude. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and can handle stress. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she often feels discouraged. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and occasionally overindulges. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Well, the 1,000-year fort's going to be going for a while, but thank you. We'll see you when we see you, Master. Yeah, I guess smiles and asks a friend for a fist fight, I guess. Is there a theme of this fortress? We're going to keep it alive for 1,000 years in game time. We're on year 19. We started on year 5. We're going to be here for a while. That's the theme. Also, I'm digging a really big hole. Mostly just digging a really big hole. Considering very few people have actually completed 1,000 years. In fact, I can only think of one person who's done it before. At least that I'm aware of. So. Yep. We're going to be here a while. This is now officially only a mudstone stockpile. So yeah, that's the theme for this fort. Here's 763. I mean, I once had a 400-hour RimWorld fortress base thing. It's about half the length of what we're gonna need to do for this. Not ridiculous. I've already streamed enough hours of Dwarf Fortress to be able to do it, so. Like, Jackie, I don't know if you've ever been in my streams before, but I've been streaming since 2014, so we'll be okay. Also, I don't know why you apologize for your English being bad. Your English is fine. You typing in English more coherently than a lot of people who natively speak English. I'm not your bra, bud. No problemo. Astro Banjos has made a masterpiece mudstone earring. That would be me. I mean, I type like a complete idiot in Twitch chats. Like, if you see me typing in Twitch chats, I look like an idiot. I'm not your pal, friend. Sorry. The natural response. The heck is a planxes? Oh, it's a name. Plain axes. Throat singing is metal as fuck. All these dwarves working in the rain. Bunch of badasses, man, I tell you. No new books. Unfortunate. You will no longer write books about yourselves? But books are invincible unless I drop them into lava. So, or atom smash them. So that means that... Actually, here's something I should do. Hey, audio. How's things, man? Lump, you're having a hard time as a bard. I'm gonna make you into a scribe. You're gonna go make some copies of books. Go copy Anander's books. Also, you're getting a good mood out of this. Maybe this is your calling. You're in pain. Why are you doing my job? Stop it. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. It sucks, dude. Did they at least give you good drugs? I guess not if you're in pain. You're gonna force somebody to be in pain. At the very least, have the decency to give them fun drugs. You know, I'm kind of tempted to start building around this layer. A high-dose painkiller. Might be worth it, but you don't actually want it. This is why marijuana needs to be legal everywhere. Get yourself some CBD tablets. Yeah, no, I agree. That sucks, man. What is the painkiller, if I can ask? It's not magma safe? Nope. Learned that the hard way? Rip. I'm sorry. Are you okay? You mean giant? A guying hole? Yeah, it's a big hole. I did say that we were digging a big hole. So we've been digging a big hole. I wasn't joking when I said we're digging a big hole. Ooh, okay, I know that stuff is scary. You're too scared of that too? Why are you scared of weed? There's nothing scary about cannabis. It just kind of numbs your senses a little bit. You didn't think it was this big? Here, I'll show you the whole thing. That's the whole map. You know, so weak of this world. Let me tell you this. It's real boring right now. But yeah, sure, I can. I poked around in the history for this world initially, and it was cool. But there was only like 50 dead creatures. Like notable kills was like 50 when I started. Maybe every 100 years. I think that would probably be enough history. But yeah, no, it was like 50 dead, like 12 artifacts. Like that kind of shit initially, so. Like the artifacts list fit on one page because of how young the world is. Yeah, no, hydrocodone is terrifying. Severely slow response to things like anesthesia. Fair enough. I don't know. I would try and get you like a CBD gummy or something. Because that would at the very least make sleeping easier. Does melatonin scare you? I think calling weed a drug is almost unfair. I guess technically. Because it's put together with so many significantly more harmful substances. But I get it. I get it. I mean, I'm not one of those people who will tell you that weed fixes everything, but there are certain things that it factually fixes. And, but that being said, weed has a tendency to make people paranoid, and if you're terrified of it by default, then yeah, maybe avoid it. But I think being scared of it is a little bit silly. Sure, but the stuff that I'm suggesting isn't even smoking it, and only smoking it smells. I could smoke weed 3 feet from you, and you wouldn't smell it. Because I have a tool that makes it have literally no scent. Like, yeah, if I breathe on you, you might smell it slightly on my breath, but that's about it. I actually quite like the smell of weed. Back with soup? Ooh, what kind of soup? Jackie, you might think that you are the funniest person you've ever met. But let me tell you this, you've never met anybody who's funny if you actually think what you're doing is funny. So I'm just going to ask you to stop making gamer jokes because they're not funny. They just kind of make you look stupid. So if you want to keep making you look stupid, keep making those jokes. Try and keep the chats a little bit more on the mature end in this stream. Because so far, like when you initially came into the channel, you kind of warned everybody that you don't speak English as your main language, and so your English might be bad. Currently, the only thing that you're making look bad is your intelligence and sense of humor. So that's all. If you just want people to think incredibly lowly of you, that's the best way to do it. Tomato-based broth with a bed of rice. Ooh. I love rice and soup. Rice and soups is super underrated. Then don't try and make jokes. People just look at you like you're a big dum-dum. You want to be a big dum-dum? Like, I got no problems with swearing and no problems with rude jokes. Just making the same joke and over and over and over is just going to make me time you out. That's it. Early summer. I mean, this is the first time I've done this in like 6 or 7 forts. So would I say I prefer it? I don't know. It's nice to it's a nice change of pace. It's a fun way to construct forts. It's very impractical though. It's very impractical and time consuming. I just like to change it up. Keeps the game interesting. I don't know how that dwarf got a dead kangaroo, but apparently we killed a kangaroo at some point. Why do you ask, Archie? I'm mostly doing it in this fort because we're going to be in this fort for 1,000 years. So that means we're literally going to be here for like hundreds, potentially thousands of hours. Or am I out of alcohol? Yes, I'm out of alcohol. Thought I had some, but I guess not. So we're going to be here for a long time in game. So we're keeping it interesting. With a pit fort, I can do a lot of underground construction. With high levels of ore. Yeah, this is just normal levels of ore. That's more than enough. Yeah, also you don't really see forts like this. 19. Squad. This fort can drink. Legally, no. We're in year 55. 55. Mm-hmm. You are correct. Rhinestone has been taken by a Fey mood. While sleeping. So I'm doing stuff that I know will help me stay interested. Named a mechanics workshop. Ooh. 3 to 4. Anander, 3 to 4. But I could see myself doing a 24-hour stream of this fort in the future. Although I've learned in the past that the most you can export to YouTube from Twitch at once is 12 hours. So. Now once we have the pit finished being dug out, then we can actually start constructing the fort, which will be fun. Like, I haven't even really started constructing my fortress, and we're almost 15 years in. Yeah, strange mood. From Rhinestone, who's written a few books and has become a historian. Has begun a mysterious construction on a mechanics workshop. Lamanite, round blue jade cabochons, brillet cut sards, pig leather, rough blue jades, plumwood logs, and iron bars. And guesstimate based on number of years. So how many streams do you think it's gonna take, based on your guesstimations? I usually play Dwarf Fortress for 5 to 6 hours when I stream it. Cause first one was an average of 27 weeks, 6 hours a day was the first estimate. We've also had 1,800 hours estimated. I've had people say 300 streams. I'm curious what you've come up with. But I'll say this, I'll keep streaming this fort as long as you guys keep watching. As long as you guys are interested in this fortress, I'll keep streaming it. Also, Bastet, I didn't say hi, but I did see you pop in. What's up? See you. Going for bath? Alrighty. You have good bath. I had bath last night hoping it would make my legs feel better, but nope. Also, good God, it's already Tuesday? Fuck. All right. Rhinestone, the historian, has created Doric Custod, a limonite mechanism, and offers it to the eternal adventure of time. I think we should put that artifact mechanism down in the basement as a lever. Maybe we'll hook it up to something someday. This is a limonite mechanism. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with octagon-cut blue jades and encircled with bands of pig leather. This object menaces with spikes of sard and plumwood. On the item is an image of a flask in limonite. On the item is an image of splints in blue jade. On the item is an image of Endok, fence flares, the dwarf, in iron. And I'm going to make us some dresses. Some more dresses. And, no, we're at 15. We're at 15 years, and we are on stream number 6. Day 6. Day 5 just went up on YouTube this morning. It's in the title. Weasel's trying to steal the food. Also, apparently this makes dwarves way more efficient. Okay, no, you do have hauling turned on. Why are you just dropping all these on the ground? Interesting. At day 6, yeah, we're gonna be here a while. Well, that's kind of part of the fun, right? You know, who was it? What was the name of that streamer who did the Dark Souls challenge where he did a full run of every single game without getting hit? $400 streams? Not too bad. My hair is going to get a little longer. I think it'll take less time than that. Happy Hob. That was his name. Took him years to do that, didn't it? He finally completed a run of every single... So I have to basically do about 4 years of stream to get it done in a reasonable amount of time. No, it's been less than that, Jack Nark. But you also have to remember the first stream was really slow because that was the getting started stream. We only did about a year the first stream because a lot of it was just, you know, me embarking and reading Legends, so... Been doing that basically since Bloodborne came out. He's probably put more hours into that than I will into this for it. Like, there are streamers that have done significantly more ridiculous things. Like that guy that beat every single NES game. You know? Like, I think that's significantly dumber than this. There will be less pauses. I mean, I'm at a point now where I can basically just let the game run. Right? Although, I actually need to turn off food for a little bit. Because, like, we have too much plant. Or actually, no, what we'll do, we'll just sell all of our plants the next time the dwarves arrive. It's time to stop making crafts. Oh. Okay, no, we are still making crafts. 333 streams is your estimate? You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna poll. I'm curious. I'm not gonna let you guys rig this one with channel points. I'm curious. I like how immediately no. I mean, I know a RimWorld streamer who did a no pause annihilation run, which was basically he killed every single other faction and other base in the game world. And it took him the better part of a year and a half to do it. Because RimWorld tries to kill you, and does. And it's killed him. And it killed him many times. It took him like 4 attempts or something. And he got pretty far in a couple times. Alright, so 5 out of 9 of you say yes. Okay, fair enough. So, like, he did finish it eventually. But it took him a long time. I don't know. I could say I will take breaks from this for sure. And I think that the Steam version, if that comes out in the next year, which it probably will, if this save file isn't compatible with it, which it probably won't be, that'll slow us down a fuckload. But I don't know. I'm gonna give it at least a fair shake. We'll see if I do abandon it. I'm gonna try and get at least like 50 to 100 streams into it. But if I abandon it, it'll literally be because of frame rate, and then we'll try it again. Because why not? Frame rates are crashing. That, I think, is the thing that'll stop me from doing this. This has certainly been the longest I've ever spent in one fort without going down to the caverns. And I'm not bored yet. I'm very interested in this fort in the world. Maybe that's because of the mystique of this thing that I'm trying to do. I don't know. Do I stream this fort currently? 4 to 5, depending on whether or not I'm streaming other games at the time. Because I have the community world as well, the secondary world. Yeah. I do have Fluxstone, yeah. Multiple Fluxstones, actually. And I also have tons of iron. DF is streamed usually DF is usually streamed 5 days a week here, but I will play other games as well on Andar. So you might not see me streaming it, but I do stream Dwarf Fortress 5 days a week here. 5 to 6 days a week, even. Like, I'll play other games in the evenings, but generally I play Dwarf Fortress 5 days a week. Also, things will speed up once we're done with this pit, because this pit, it's no dancing around it. It's slowing my frames down. Because the pathing for them to dig all these large chunks out it's dropping me by about 15 frames a second. Well, things will certainly speed up once we're at the bottom of this. We're on layer 8. Alright, it's time to suspend all of those. How many miners? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I had a 7th, but they appear to have gone and done other things. Yeah, 6. Currently, Ebrook. Also, thanks for the lurks, by the way. I saw you follow a couple days ago. But yeah, no, just the pathing for these large chunks does do a number on your frame rate. Because that's the only time that I get chunky frames is when they're working on this. The boulders are fine as long as nothing suddenly displaces all of them. The game just knows that they're there and is keeping track of them, which is okay. My CPU can handle that. It's just when they all suddenly decide to move that it's a problem. Oh, that's upstairs. I want up, down. Currently, we have 2 helixes that have popped up since we got in here. But yeah, no, I think boredom is going to be the actual factor here. Actually, hold on. I'm curious. Oh, yes. Dwarf Fortress Scam. I'm trying to figure out if there's like a documented longest ever dwarf fort. I think the longest one that I can find is Arch Crystal. So I'm looking at Reddit right now, and someone posted a thread asking what's the longest fortress you've ever run. Yeah, and under. Seems to be it. And most people are saying 15 to 16 years. This fort's already 15 years old. Well, yeah, 14. That's the one that conquered hell, yeah. Its creator's been in the chat a couple of times, too. And he did it over many years. Actually met him at PAX. All right, chat. I gotta use the toilet real quick. I'll be right back. Arch Crystal was 445. Not 500 plus. And you had a population of 40-something dwarves. And that fortress runs well with no FPS issues. So I think about that and go, well, if that fortress runs well with no frame rate issues with 40-something dwarves, we just need to have 40-something dwarves and Atom Smash extra materials and whatnot. I mean, it's going to be a lot of times like this, where it's just kind of us keeping an eye on things and letting the game run, you know, and there will be a lot of that. But, you know, that's the beauty of Twitch, right? Is I get to try and do this so that you don't have to, right? Is I get to play this. I get to deal with this. I get to deal with issues and finickiness and let the game run, trying to use as little processing power as possible. And you guys get to check in and out, right? Oh, we need logs. I need to cut some trees down. Sorry, elves. And we can work together, kind of. You guys keep me entertained, and I get to keep you entertained. Just let rock pots run for a little bit. Eric Shadowblade can make us some rock pots. Mudstone would make good pots, I think. And you know, streaming is my full-time job, and streamers need content. So really long stream may be a good source of content. And besides, even if we don't get to 1,000 years, maybe we can at the very least get, because I think that's the real goal here, is to get the longest ever documented Dwarf Fortress game. I think that's the real goal, in my opinion. Is to get the longest ever documented Dwarf Fortress game. And I think that there's something really cool about that. There's something very alluring about that to me. Fastep, do you want to cut some gems for me? That would be lovely if you could do that. The most frustrating moment I've ever had in DF. Probably the first time I had a dwarf get stuck up a tree. But then I laughed so hard when I figured out what it was, it didn't stay frustrating for too long. Dwarves have arrived for trading. But yeah, probably that. The first time I had a dwarf get stuck in a tree. Chat, what's the most frustrating thing you've ever had happen in Dwarf Fortress? I mean, I think any, like, laggy fort death is annoying. But I've kind of figured out why a lot of those deaths happen, and you kind of get better at avoiding them. I mean, dwarves vaulting over walls to attack something you don't want them to attack is never fun. The whereism? Yeah, I feel you there. Yeah, anytime that, like, dwarves won't do a thing. Oh, actually, I know. Nobody would harvest food. Couldn't figure out why they couldn't harvest food. Couldn't figure out why they couldn't harvest food. Nobody was harvesting food. No one would get food. No one would go pick food. No one would gather food. They weren't eating food. They were starving to death, and I couldn't figure out why. The reason was there's an obscure order in the orders screen, which is forbid gathering food. So they just kind of starved to death until I figured that out. And they all went and grabbed food and planted stuff and had food again. Oh, that sucks. Usually I find that happens because you don't have stockpile space, but the whole leaving things in the depot, generally it's like weird stockpile eccentricities. Like in my experience, just making a bigger stockpile fixes that. Usually. Sometimes it doesn't, though. Sometimes you have to deconstruct and reconstruct the depot, and then they go get it, but I think we made enough crafts this year. We don't need to make crafts next year. How are you doing, Scrumpet? It's good to see you. How was your stream today? How is it, Anander? My name is Mistum Gushgashfeb. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward, and I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Who do you recommend for this elevation? We will wait until the pit is complete. Farewell, dwarves. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I just haven't been in the mood to sit down and commit to a show again. I think I need, like, winter to fall around. It really is, Axon, yeah. It really is. It's pretty gruesome. That's not a problem. I'm just wondering... I mean, the two shows that I'm kind of watching right now, I'm wondering when I'll see another seasons for them, because filming was supposed to start for those before the pandemic. And that's, The Expanse and, Ozark. So, I don't know. I've seen a whole lot of articles about when will the last season of Ozark be filmed, and I'm like, you know what, just fucking stop. Trying to make an organized fort that also lasts a while, not 100 years, but maybe over 100. Gotcha. They don't need to be organized necessarily. They just need to not get overrun by objects. It is, yeah. Rewatching? Why would I rewatch stuff when there's so much stuff I could watch for the first time? I have a weirdly good memory, so rewatching stuff is very boring generally. I did rewatch the first season of Drive to Survive, the F1 series, but I kind of fast-forwarded through most of it. Just kind of wanted to get a few details that I missed the first time. Don't watch it, because the rest of that show's shit. At least that's what I've been told. Don't waste your time with trash shows. Behind closed doors? I mean, it's just like famous people. They're all just assholes who walk around in their underwear at home anyway. Just like the rest of us. They're normal people too. Trade. And I'll just give them everything else that they can get there in time. Just kind of keep an eye on those rock pots. I don't know. I was just trying to... You know what I mean. Screw. But no, I don't... I'll rewatch stuff maybe once every 15 years. Like, I'm kind of humming and hawing about the right time to rewatch DS9. Which would be the first time I've watched DS9 since, like, the mid-2000s. Welcome back, Bastard. That was a quick bath. So... Also, done this in a while. Scrumpet Sheep is streaming Dwarf Fortress right now. We'll keep them company. Lurk at the very least. Open up another tab. Same with Mossy. And spread around a little bit. Not saying necessarily stop watching me, but... And I'll watch more people at once. Oh, you're not streaming anymore? Okay. Well, it says that you're still live on my screen. Interesting. I know Mossy is. Still should go follow Scrumpet Sheep, though. Yeah, I've been getting that all day. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe you left OBS up. Maybe you should take down OBS. Maybe you should close that process. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure you're still streaming. Alive in my following. I don't think I've ever actually done that. There's a channel who I watch who once left his stream on and he went out for the weekend. And like was gone for 48 hours. And his stream was just like a black screen streaming for 48 hours. What was amazing, like he normally has like, I don't know, about 200 people watching. His view count kind of went down quite a bit, right? It went down to about 20 and then started going up again. It was funny. And eventually he got home and posted on Twitter, whoops. Like someone disconnected from the internet for a little bit. Regardless. Go lurk in Mossy's stream. Let's boost the DF directory a little bit, you know? Merchants are leaving soon. I need to trade you more shit. Please take these rocks from me. Ah! Sorry, so it's just a natural reaction. Probably just make a craft stockpile and just put it right there. Figurines, amulets, scepters, crowns, rings, earrings, bracelets. I mean, I'm sure lots of people aren't, though. So, there they go. They're embarking back on their journey. The Resident Sleeper guy actually, like, recently made a return to Twitch. Very recently. I wonder how he's been doing. Take all the mudstone. Please take all the mudstone. I have more mudstone than I know what to do with. We're also trying to make beverages and put them all into rock pots. I got so many rock pots. Well, I got so many rocks. I need more pots, rather. But yeah, see, when we're not digging this stuff out, frame rate's totally okay. Totally okay. Yeah, now kind of regardless of whether or not we make it to a millennium or not in this fortress, I think it's just kind of like the idea of trying to make a fort that lasts for a long time. I think a lot of people kind of just go into a fortress and go, all right, where's the nearest elf? Okay, set it on fire. Okay, where's the second nearest elf? Okay, set it on fire. And, like, that's fun and all, and I get it. Like, I also understand the need to set all of the elves on fire. But at the same time, that's a playstyle for Dwarf Fortress. But I kind of want to see if I can make this playstyle work. I think I can only set so many elves on fire before it's like, man, I've set all these elves on fire before. God, this is such a busy fort. So much shit going on in this fortress, man. We started today at year 17. Now we're in year 19. What's the pop limit? 32, but the hard limit's 40. I could, yeah. But they brought me a pet unicorn. Why would I do that? You know? Not in this fort? No, totally. You could indeed make that your goal. Yeah. There's no reason to hate the elves yet. We only just got here. God. Look how long it's taking them to move all of those. Oh, actually, I think they moved them all now. It's actually kind of impressive. Nope, they're still moving them. Good God. And here they come. They're coming back out. Look at how many trinkets we have in those bins. Yeah, if you're saying in general, then yeah, I know, I agree. Look at how many fucking trinkets. Second, I would think. Oh, no. No, not the first baby child. We've only got one baby left who's Suey. The rest are all children. I think Stone is actually getting up there. 6 years old. Hello, sweets. Are there any beginner tutorials and guides you guys would recommend? Watch Krug Smash's first fort. I wouldn't overdose on guides. Krug Smash's first fort is really good. The DF Wiki's Getting Started guide is great, Grandma Sweets, because it walks you step by step through how to play the game. The problem with a lot of tutorials is they'll give you a lot of information all at once. And I think they overload you. And I think a lot of people go into Dwarf Fortress knowing more than they should. Because if you go in with kind of minimal knowledge and just like enough to kind of grasp the basics, you'll just learn the mechanics as they come and as you need them. And then if you're confused about something, then you can look up one of Software Sal's tutorials, or Captain Ducks are kind of outdated, and same with a lot of the other tutorials that are out there. I think a lot of them just kind of overload you. So watch Krug Smash's video. It's called Your First Fortress. And then follow along with the Getting Started guide and just ask questions. And then if you need to see something specific, Software Sal's got a lot of tutorials. That's kind of my recommendations for tutorials. Stone 2 is 6, yeah. Migrants. Yep. No, I mean, if they start dying of old age, we will get migrants. But yeah, if you need any links specifically, let us know. Also, I would recommend joining the KitFox Discord, because KitFox Games, the Dwarf Fortress publishers, have an extremely active Discord, where they can answer all of your questions pretty much. And on my Discord, we also have a room, which can help you with that stuff. It's for Dwarf Fortress related stuff, but it'll take a little longer for you to get a response because there's as many of us on there. All right. Let's get rid of that rock pot job. My stockpiles are full. When it was new, Captain Duck's tutorials were great at one point, but he also kind of does the overload of information thing, right? Like, he'll just make like a 40-minute tutorial and just be like, "Bruh, info." But really, like, yeah. And also, I wouldn't actually recommend using the Lazy Noob Pack, which a lot of people do. It gives you a lot of tools that you don't really need. It's like, I kind of tried making tutorials for a little bit, but I'm not great at it. If given the opportunity, I might make some for the Steam version, but that's about it. Need some bins. Need more bins. What was the N? You felt like you shouldn't have? Whose tutorials did you watch, if I can ask? I think the Krug Smash Your First Fortress video is like just enough information, because it'll get you through the installation and the kind of initial what do. But then after that, you're just kind of okay. Like, if you, something that I kind of want to go back to a lot now is a couple days ago, somebody on the subreddit posted a video of their 11-year-old daughter. Ah, gotcha, accent. Of their 11-year-old daughter playing Dwarf Fortress. And she got into it after watching Krug Smash's videos. So, whenever you grown-ups out there say that you're not going to play Dwarf Fortress because it's too hard, remember that 11-year-old girl can do it. I just think that's funny. You don't like videos? Gotcha. You saw that you were happy? Yeah, right? It's like one of us. One of us. Although that being said, if you have somebody sitting next to you telling you how to do things in Dwarf Fortress, it makes things a lot less difficult. Like I was able to get my older sister to the point where she was building workshops and crafting items and digging holes and assigning beds in a couple of minutes. Granted, she plays quite a lot of video games, but like I was able to get her to that point pretty quickly, just sitting next to her and pointing at things. And didn't leave World Gen. I think a lot of people don't make it through World Gen. That's why you watch Craig Smash as your first fortress, because like that video does a very good job just kind of explaining stuff. Oh shit. Axon has given birth to a girl. Congratulations, Axon. Blissful after becoming a parent. The daughter of Axon and Lump. Parents of Stone 2 and Cheers, Jane. Does anybody want this dwarf? Little baby girl? Brand new unnamed baby. I knew we're like, oh fuck. Scrumpet wants it? Way ahead of you. Scrumpet is the daughter of Axon Lancerly and Lump Occur Labor. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. She is very weak, and her hair is clean-shaven. Her nose is extremely narrow, and her ears are very short. Her slightly close-set cobalt eyes are somewhat narrow. Her nose bridge is somewhat concave, and her hair is ecru, and her skin is sandy taupe. She personally doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife. Sees perseverance in the face of imminent danger, or in the face of adversity, to be bullheaded and foolish, and doesn't respect the law and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she is assertive. She doesn't seek out excitement, and she isn't given to flights of fancy. She has a greedy streak, and she tends not to be swayed by emotional appeals. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She likes to brawl, and she exhales sharply when she gets angry. She speaks repeatedly when she's excited, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day.
I'm not sure how many words I'm allowed to fit in these messages, but I hope it's at least as many as the months I've subscribed for. I can't be bothered to count, so I guess I'm gonna have to keep typing until it makes me stop. Ferrari is complete trash.
Yes, Ferrari is indeed complete trash. Cyclone, thanks for the 39 months. Thanks for the ludicrous amount of support over the years, man. Cyclone is one of those OGs. So you know how we were talking earlier about how there's a crew of people that still harass me to this day for not doing things that I used to do? Cyclone was one of those people who took part in the things that we used to do and still hangs around the stream. So cheers, man. Thanks for sticking around for this stupid long amount of time. Also, thanks for Lurk Stars, Snow, as always. But like, goddamn, you've been around for a long time. Thanks for the 39 months. Beers in chat, boys and girls. Good to have you around, seriously. ZC, please. Only old kids understand that reference. Only old kids understand that reference. Eurypterus! The clother has been possessed. One of our moms in the fort. He was carrying 2 babies at one point. Claims a clother's shop. All right. Grabs cloth, cloth, cloth. Iron bars. Gonna be a very fancy loincloth. In before it's a shoe. Chat, what do you think she's gonna make? She's a clother. Yeah, it means no skill increase. Bones. Trousers? A skirt? A dress? Perhaps? A left mitten? I mean, we wouldn't want her to make a right mitten because then we'd also need a wrong mitten. Okay. The heck do you still need? All right, let's just see what you've grabbed. Grab pecan wood logs, that silk, and cloth. Okay, well, let's process plants and make some thread. A right sock. I hope it's the it's thread that you want. Do I still have bones? She already grabbed the bones. Artifact bed, wrong craft store shop. Maybe wants more bones. Wants raw green glass, rough color. Slaughter another piggy. Because I got baby piggies. Oh, there we go. You grabbed something. Not sure what it was. You can see so much in these graphics. Let there be the power of ASCII, my friend. Well, you should get her into the game once the Steam version's out, you know? But it's amazing what your brain becomes accustomed to once you learn to read. You know? If you've never learned to read, books just look like incomprehensible squiggles.
Best bedtime company.
And morning time company, apparently. Arch, thanks for the 3rd month. Welcome back, dude. Checking, I get a big round of beers for Arch. Subscribing to my dumb stream. You like lo-fi dwarves? Dude, I started the stream off with a lo-fi records today, so. Records, specifically. Journeys. From Effortless Audio. Check them out on Bandcamp. You chose the 3-month option? Oh, really? Question. Did you get a discount? Because it did give me a notification. Yes, it did. It popped up. Eurypterus has begun a mysterious construction. Wow, this is going to be a complicated one. Stray so bone, rough sards, rough purple spinels, raw green glass, pecan wood logs, stray piglet bone, iron bars, cave spider silk, and spider silk cloth. It's hot damn. Interesting. Good to know. but thank you for choosing the 3-month option. I thought that you had to subscribe for the first time. Unless your previous 2 subs were gifted. They've worded that really weirdly this year. Like, really weirdly. I don't think it'll tell me that you've subscribed for multiple months in a row. It does. You know, honestly, I think they should just give everybody who's already subscribed a discount for September at some point. Like, just give everybody a discount. Because, like, I want to be able to help the people. Like, September every year rolls around, and every year I think the same thing, which is, man, all this does is punish the people who've been subscribed to my stream for years. For staying subscribed, right? Oh, this is interesting. Eurypterus, the clother, has created Ashanatot Liral Kurel, a giant cave spider silk mask. The mask isn't giant, but it's made from giant cave spider silk. And she claims it as a family heirloom. That's what they did the first time. Everything was 50% off. Subscribing, resubbing, re-upping a new sub, your sub rolling over that month, everything was 50% off, and they haven't done it that way since. I'm gonna ask ClinoDev if I can post this on Reddit. But let's find out what it looks like. I'm gonna screenshot that as well. Hope it's valuable. Oops, that's the wrong room. It's worth $59,960. An expensive mask. Passion Shop, the Violet Waters. Wonder what makes waters violet. Anyway, it's all in Discord for later, but this is a giant cave spider silk mask. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with giant cave spider silk, pig bone, and pecan wood, and encircled with bands of round purple spinel cabochons. It is made from giant cave spider silk cloth, and the thread is midnight blue with dimple dye. This object menaces with spikes of holy fuck cramp. Ow! Sorry. This object menaces with spikes of giant cave spider silk shard, and it has an image of a bushmaster in iron. That's a bushmaster. On the item is an image of a peach tree in green glass. On the item is an image of codexes in pig bone. Yeah, I'm okay. Just a cramp in my leg. Just kind of hurt. I'm jamming my thumb into it. I'll be okay. But not a resub or a gift sub. That's not how they worded it, though. Gun, according to Google. Bushmaster Dwarf Fortress. Oh, it's a snake. It's a medium-sized solitary snakes that only appear in tropical and broadleaf biomes. They flee contact, but when threatened, their venomous bites provide more than an adequate defense. Apparently, I'm listening to the StarCraft OST. Thanks, YouTube Autoplay. I'm okay with this. At least until I hit the end of the Terran soundtrack. Hello Thunderstorm is my new indie pop band. Well, that's a cool artifact. But yeah, no, the cramp just came out of nowhere. I'm okay, though. And Ergalicious, thanks for that Prime sub for a 34th month. Welcome back, man. This is about as far as I make it into the StarCraft OST before I'm like... Gotta skip this Magic the Gathering ad. Okay, so how many copies do I have? It is the Dwarves. That's a simplex book. Yeah, I've got a bunch of copies of my books. And Eurypterus is already, you know, a legendary dwarf, so it doesn't really matter that they didn't get any XP from that artifact. That's cool that they made a mask, though. You don't really see masks. I don't even think that dwarves naturally make masks. But desperate times, I guess. Also, stream has hit the 8-hour mark now. Who makes masks? Had you really looking forward to tuning in? There's actual... Here's what I really like about this fort. No, actually, everybody's named. It's going to be real hard to get names in. But, something that's going to be interesting about this fort going forward is the kind of stakes that this fort has. Start naming the pets. You can't do that without DF Hack, though. Actually, now we do have one. Pablo, you get this one. Thomas the Thriving Baby. Welcome to the fort, Pablo. She is the daughter of Screw and Aqua. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Your older brother is Aegis. She dreams of raising a family and personally considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, finds the pursuit of a skill mastery off-putting, and is bashful, rarely moved by mercy. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. And she lives a fast-paced life. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she works to square this tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the ones that comes to pass, and she doesn't feel uncomfortable, or she is somewhat kind of uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from herself. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She inhales sharply when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Catch a nap? You have a good nap. We'll see you later. Right, yeah. You know, I like this soundtrack, but then I listen to it, and I'm like, you know, I really don't like this soundtrack. It's just distracting to listen to. So currently we have 9 children in the fort, 37 dwarves. The pit is currently down, halfway done the 8th layer. But I guess then the dumb challenge is having its desired effect then, if you were very excited to tune in today, Pablo. Although, I'll say this. I have a feeling people are going to get bored of this fort. That's my fear, is that people watching will get bored of it. Almost more so than me. As long as you guys are into what I'm doing, I generally have fun streaming. Assuming we're able to have interesting conversations, you know? But I can't wait for this fortress to be done next year. What do you think will be over first, this fortress or the pandemic? Hopefully the pandemic. You're worried I'll get bored? Like I've said, I can take breaks, right? Like if I need to take a couple days off this fort, I will do it. If I need to go do like a short fort equivalent, I will do that, you know? I mean, normally when I get bored of forts, I'm bored by this point. I'm not bored yet. It's not bad odds. Yeah. It's okay. I will be social distancing probably for years. This shit's made me paranoid. It's funny because I was reading an article the other day about, well, maybe not funny. It's kind of scary actually, but I was reading an article the other day about how a lot of people are going to need PTSD treatment and therapy after all this is over, especially people that are in vulnerable groups for COVID-19. Because the existence of COVID is a political opinion in your country. I'm so sorry, Crow. 450 years. Yeah. I mean, there are save files of that fortress that are not retired. Except for at conventions, bro. Yeah. I also like that. But as somebody who sneezed on public transit, the last time he was on public transit, it's awkward. Yeah, I mean, I've taken up whittling again. I have a stick that I brought back from a hike, which is kind of too rotten to really be a walking stick, but I've been whittling it. Practicing making hand grips and stuff. Basically, my days after stream, if I'm not editing videos, is literally make dinner, eat dinner, get baked, listen to records, and sit on my porch and whittle. I've just become an old man from, like, the 40s. An old man from 100 years ago, listen to music and whittle. It's a rational fear of being tackled to the ground? Why being tackled to the ground? I mean, you want to know what I'm terrified of that's giving me a lot of anxiety right now? On the 4th, I get to go in to get a blood test done. I get to go to a place where there's going to be a lineup of people outside to get a blood test done. I have an appointment booked. Oh, I've had people insult me for wearing a mask. Not loudly, but I was walking to the grocery store one day, and there was this relatively large man who was walking. So I was fucking idiots wearing masks. As I walked past, just kept walking. Pretended I didn't hear him. Still not gone in to say hi. Yeah. How are you guys doing on that part of the world, Anander? I haven't really paid attention. They were great, Pablo. They were great. We had very low infection rates, very small infection rates, and now we've like doubled our number of cases in since July because people are fucking stupid. Kids partying. A lot of that shit. I guess you picked a good time to have a kid, right? And not have to go into work, right? Investments are open. Heads up, John. I mean, it's the reason I've been abusing my need for cannabis so much recently is because of the pandemic. It used to be like if I needed to relax or something, like on my day off, I would go into town and go to a metal show because there'd be 5 or 6 happening a week. I would go to the pub. I would go to the next town over and go to my favorite coffee shop, which is a little bit of a ways away. It's 5 stops on the train and a 20-minute walk, but it's worth the distance. I would like there was lots of things I used to do. Now I just stay at home and get high. And this mask is as useless as our governor. Printed on it. That's funny. In case an employer drug checks you, that sucks. See, I feel incredibly privileged because of the pandemic. Because I'm one of the rare people that, you know, I had a couple weeks there where I made almost no money because everybody was freaking out and panic buying. But aside from that, I haven't had too much of a change as a streamer. My income hasn't really changed. Like, it's had ups and downs, but it always does. That's normal. So I'm still employed because I'm self-employed. I lost about 3 months of income because all schools were closed. And my parents, their business is they run a school. They run an early childhood education, Maria Montessori school. And I clean it. So I'm their janitor. So I lost that 1 day a week part-time work. That's it. So overall, I've been pretty fucking lucky to still be able to do this full-time without the concerns of, you know, going bankrupt. I mean, of course, there's always the concerns of going bankrupt because I'm a privately owned business, but, you know, I do have some stability. But, like, at the same time, like, streaming is scary because Twitch has doubled in size this year. Doubled in the number of users, streams, concurrent viewers, everything. Everything is doubled. So the site is twice as busy as it's been in the past. Yes, doubled. Thanks, Haxon. If you want an overview, starts up here. That's the above ground there. We have what is usually a flowing stream is currently frozen over. We have our tavern down there. The fortress is lagging a bunch because we're mining out a whole layer, which causes a bunch of frame rate lag, but it'll speed up once they're done mining. And then it's just open space down to here. And then just a few Z levels down, there's our bedrooms and our tombs and history of the fort. as well as all of our artifacts. I would consider that to be a failure, Pablo. Well, rather than redirecting the river, which would cause, or the stream, which would cause a lot of frame rate lag, I just dug underneath it, so it's not really that cool, but it ended up looking really cool. The shop bug? What do you mean, the shop bug? What shop bug are we talking about? There you go. Now the game's running at full speed again. Cool. Yeah, the only time this fort lags is when I'm doing a bunch of mining. And I know exactly why. But whenever they're done mining out a Z level, it just stops. Oh, that shop bug. Boo! But, I mean, you could fight Mithrix's final phase. What do you mean you actually have to now? So how does Mithrix's final phase work now? We're in late winter of year 20. But yeah, thanks, Haxon. Cheers. I'm really happy with how this fort's looking, too, and I hope this fort keeps up. Hope we're able to achieve our goals. Invincible when he takes your items, but he loses his special health and damage scaling. Okay, I feel like I need to see that in motion, but I think I get it. Personally, I like Stone currently. He personally believes that little in life is better than a good party. He has deep respect for animals and the natural world, and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, but dreams of creating a great work of art. And truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. About that, yeah, screw it. Well, we're on 8. I mean, I kind of wanted the whole thing to be, not mudstone. But I might just go to the next one. Or even this one. Boo! Sorry. But yeah, it makes sense, Squug. That was kind of busted. Kinda. Exactly. How dare you remove bugs from the game? I mean, I've always said this, you know, I respect developers a lot more that accidentally put a bug in their game that makes their game a lot more fun. Actually, I shouldn't be doing this. That makes their game a lot more fun. And instead of fixing the bug, they just polish it and make it so the game doesn't crash. I respect that a lot more than developers that are just like, hey, here's a bug that makes the game more fun. Yeah, let's kill it. Aw. Although I personally don't think the final boss of Risk of Rain 2 is particularly well designed, but I already have an inn and library, and they both allow visitors. There aren't that many visitors for this world. If they begin to be a problem, then I will remove them. Yeah, I already have an inn, and I already have a library. I like that Risk of Rain actually has like a win state, but bosses, meh. Animal is discussing diseases or pondering diseases and says have no fear. You don't think the final boss is interesting at all? Wait, what wonky physics sim are we talking about, Axon? Because there's one that I'm actually looking forward to. Fair enough. Just seems kind of like a random thing too. It's like, what was the name of it? It was like Demolition or something. But yeah, it's like this sandbox where you need to like blow stuff up and steal stuff in the right order. I mean, you can thank little children YouTube for that. You know, the big YouTubers that... Oh, you're sick of your friend trying to get you to play Fall Guys? Hey, at least Fall Guys is kind of a unique thing. There really isn't anything else out there like Fall Guys. I wouldn't quite call Fall Guys just a wacky physics sim. Personally, I'm not particularly interested in Fall Guys. If enough people bother me about it, I'll play it with friends, but... What do you mean, not even? Do you disagree? I mean, when you say wacky physics sim, I think like Goat Simulator or Viscera Cleanup Detail. Fall Guys is like an obstacle course game. Okay, Getting Over It is nothing like Fall Guys. Tab BR is nothing like Fall Guys. Gang Beasts, yeah, kind of like Fall Guys, but still a very different game. Tab BR was a joke. You do realize that, right? Like, that game was an April Fool's joke that got so much traction they made it anyway. And Getting Over It is nothing like Fall Guys. I wouldn't even call Getting Over It a physics game. And Getting Over It is one of the best games ever made, so you shut your whore mouth. You want normal stuff? Okay, then play your boring normie games. Enjoy Assassin's Creed Odyssey 12. Remake Edition. The sequel. Just let people enjoy what they enjoy. Don't talk shit. Has anyone splatted? I had one military dwarf dodge off the edge of this thing while fighting with a weasel, but they didn't splat. They just kind of landed. It was just kind of an ow. Any considerations for flying enemies? Crossing my fingers and praying and clenching my butt whenever the game saves. Well, I mean, there isn't even any Necromancer towers in this world yet. Because the world is super young. We're on year 19, right? There isn't even any Necromancer towers yet. So we're going to get to find out if Necromancer towers form. Speaking of. Any news? No, nothing. As far as things like rocks and stuff, yeah, that's a fear. I mean, I don't really have any archers right now. I think probably if I had to fight something like that, I would cheese it. These are cage traps. So if I had a trappable creature show up like a dragon, I would catch it in that, locking my doors inside. But yeah, no, I mean, there certainly is risks and fears. It's built next door. I mean, I honestly, if there is a tower, this is something that I'm curious about that I've never noticed before. The human town. Maybe I misread that. I thought that was the tower. I thought that was the human tower. No, it's the human town of Yellow Seer. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know. We do have some dark dwarves. Down here, I think. Yeah, the dark dwarven pits of Seduce Shock was taken over my fortress, so we'll see what happens down there. It's gonna be curious to see what happens. I have a question, Axon. Why are you needlessly throwing out facts to hate on a game that I love? Because I think that Getting Over It is genuinely a beautiful allegory for the struggles of life. And you're just hating on it because it has wonky physics intentionally to annoy people. Like, I genuinely think that game is beautiful. Yeah, but you might as well be saying, you know, fun fact! You know? Like, just realize that's how that reads. I love Getting Over It. I think that game's wonderful. There are very few games in the world that I think are as beautiful as Getting Over It, and I'm not even exaggerating or joking. Being completely genuine. Sure. I mean, I kind of have no interest in Fall Guys. It's bright, colorful, simple mechanically, and has multiplayer. Like, I kind of have no interest in Fall Guys, but I understand why people like it, and I don't go hating on it. And you're just talking about how games with physics are unappealing. It's like, well, okay, I understand why people like those games, and don't worry about it. If you don't want to play a game, don't play a game. No harm, no foul. No one's hurting for that. I'm just kind of upset that you're degrading a piece of artwork down to the level of, you know, games like Goat Simulator. Also, if to anybody who likes Satisfactory, Satisfactory wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Goat Simulator. That's where they got the budget for it. Same studio. Goat Simulator Studio made Satisfactory. And they were going to go out of business. They were going bankrupt because they made the Sanctum games, which were reasonably successful, and they expanded a little bit too quick, and they were going kind of bankrupt, and they had 3 months to make a joke or make a game. So they made Goat Simulator. Well, here's the thing. You've only really stated one game that intentionally has wonky physics. That has physics for the lulz, and that's Tab BR. Totally Accurate Battlegrounds. That's the only one that has intentionally wonky physics for the sake of wonky physics. Another game that I would agree with you there that has intentionally wonky physics is... what's it called? Viscera Cleanup Detail. Sorry, I've been streaming for a long time today. I'm getting tired. Viscera Cleanup Detail also has intentionally wonky physics. Gang Beasts is a physics-based wrestling game, but it's not wonky. If you play a lot of Gang Beasts, it makes perfect sense. So I vehemently disagree with you on Gang Beasts. I think that's just kind of rude to people who like Gang Beasts, degrading it down to that. And Fall Guys is a family party game that it has one button. I'd hardly call that a physics-y game. It's just it's like Mario. It's got more in common with Mario Party than big physics-y games. And calling Getting Over It just a gimmicky physics game means that you clearly haven't played any... I mean, Surgeon Simulator is a slapstick comedy game. Like, that game's hilarious, right? Same with Kitchen Simulator. Both of those games are genuine slapstick comedy games. Physics is just a really good way to do comedy in video games. Comedy in video games is really difficult. And if you can make a game that is genuinely funny using physics, I would just say that Axon here doesn't have a sense of humor, because all of the games that Axon listed are genuinely hilarious. Fall Guys included. Like, that's the point. You're supposed to be belly laughing by the end of it. I personally find games that use physics as a difficulty modifier to be frustrating as fuck. Specifically games like Totally Accurate Battlegrounds or Viscera Cleanup Detail. I find really frustrating. I think the allegory of Getting Over It being you're not truly over something until you stop caring and quit and go do something else is fascinating, and I think it's kind of beautiful. And every time you fall, you just need to do it again and fix it. The only way to actually lose in Getting Over It is by continuing to play. You mean I Am Bread? I Am Bread is genuinely a good 3D platformer. Jump King is trash. Celeste is genuinely beautiful. Like, I would completely agree with you with games like this. This trash. This is trash. Poorly designed, bad physics, quickly made, poor voice acting, trash layout, shitty art. This is garbage. Maybe what you don't like is the simplicity of games highlighting how bad you are at them? I mean, another game that you would probably call this same thing is this. This is one of the best 6-hour gameplay sessions I've ever had, with a friend. Human Fall Flat. Played through this in one session with my friend Fog on stream. We laughed for the entire 6 hours. It was genuinely hilarious. And this whole game is just like, here's a map with a physics sandbox and some things to complete in said physics sandbox. It's hilarious. It's genuinely hilarious. And it's more of a sandbox physics game than Fall Guys. And it's wonderful. It's so fucking funny. Is it a mechanically impressive game? No. Is it mechanically ambitious? No. It's comedy. Slapstick comedy. I do too sometimes, Axon, but it's a specific style of game that, no, doesn't get remembered every few years. It's a specific style of game that exists. Discuss belief. Yo. It's a specific style of game that exists because people like it. Because it's fun. Because it's silly. That's why. That's all. Like, I rage quit Viscera Cleanup Detail because it reminds me of my old job, and because it uses physics to increase the difficulty. I find that really frustrating. I don't like games that use physics to increase difficulty. What I do like are games that use physics to create comedy. I really, really like that. But anyways, chat, I'm getting hungry. I've been streaming for almost 9 hours, like 8 hours and 40 minutes. The uptime will say 7 hours and 40 minutes because the stream got booted offline at one point. Which sucked. But I think it's time for me to call it. I've been meaning to actually do an after-hours stream for a couple days. I've wanted to play more Brigador and some other games, but I think we'll skip today still and probably pick that up later in the week. But thank you so much to everybody who hung out. You know, honestly, for me, I just like a stream where people hang out and chat the whole time, and we had that today, so thank you. A few people came in for the first time, so welcome to you newbies. And thanks, guys, for the new subscriptions today and the resubs and all the Prime subs and a few bits that were cheered as well. I think that, hey, Lovelust. I think that we're going to host up my teammate Bellinaire. I don't know how much longer he'll be on. But he's playing the Crusader Kings 3. We're going to host him up. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow. Bright and early. Starting with records. 9 o'clock in the morning. Have a good night. Good day. Afternoon, night, morning. If you want to support me directly, I have a Patreon where you can do that. You can get a few perks for just a couple bucks a month. And if you want more Dwarf Fort and you want to get caught up on this fort, I got more Dwarf Fortress than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime on my YouTube channel. Thank you very much for watching, and you all have a good night.